Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Members, we are about to start. Honorable
Recording in
members, we are about
progress.
to start. Can you be seated, please?
We'll observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable delegates, Deputy Minister Slengwa, the Acting Chief Whip for the session. Before we commence, I'd like to just make an announcement that the Chairperson of the Council, as well as the Honorable House Chair, Adebe, are out of the country. They're attending the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, the CPC, that's taking place in Barbados from the 4th to the 13th of October. So those are the apologies. And I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the presence in the gallery today, Professor Nicola Diaga, the head of the Department of Political Science at the Stellenbosch University, and a postgraduate political science honors students who are visiting Parliament today. And they are Rana Narodin, Dimpo Lehole, Lindsay Granell, Jacqueline Swanepoel, Magdalena Grande, Johan Willem, Tilda Tordmark, Anna Lindman, Gina Curtin. You're all most welcome, and thank you for joining us in the NCOP today. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103 would apply. Honorable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motion and motions without notice. I have a list of delegates who have indicated that they would like to move notices of motions and motions without notice. I will start with the notices of motions, and each delegate will have 1.5 minutes to present their motions of notice. I call upon the Honorable J.S. Mananiso, the Acting Chief Whip, to present a motion.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debates the persisting violent crime across Cape Town townships, which has been fueled by intense gangs wars over the drug trade, leading to the frequent shootings and stabbings, often involving children as both victims and perpetrators, and further notes that prevalence of violent crime and gang wars in Cape Town and informal settlements has made the lives of communities completely unbearable and also exacerbate by difficult policing environment. That this characterized by poor infrastructure, such as the lack of proper street lights, high mast lights, and densely populated flats in the informal settlements. So I move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. The next honorable member is the Honorable Dr. Skriya Hokel.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move a motion that in the next sitting that this House debates measures to address failures in government, financial accountability and service delivery that has made the Free State the worst run province according to the latest Auditor General report on local government audit outcomes. I so move.
Thank you very much. We now move to the Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, I so move that the council notes with grave concern the tragic suicide of a young student traffic officer in the Northern Cape, whose contract, along with others of 31 trainees, was abruptly terminated after millions of rand had already been invested in their training with the promised jobs, acknowledges the devastating emotional, social, and financial consequences of the affected trainees, further recognizes that the collapse of such training to employment initiatives undermines public trust in government, therefore calls for the Selective Committee on Transport, Public Service and Administration to convene an urgent inquiry into the reasons for the termination of these contracts, the failure to secure job placements for trained recruits, and the accountability of both provincial and national role players. I so move.
Thank you very much. The next honorable member is the Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that 1, the Council debates the state of the SABC, particularly its financial state and measures to resolve the unsustainable debt, outdated infrastructure and funding model. 2, notes that Centec, which is a South African-based digital infrastructure and content delivery company providing services in South Africa across the African continent, is currently spending over 70 million per month to subsidize the SABC signal loss due to national broadcasters' move, severe financial crisis, escalating annual losses, and drastically reduced cash balance, primarily due to a failing TV license model and unsustainable debt to service providers like Centec. I so move, Deputy Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo. We now move on to Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. If doesn't have, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We now go to Honorable Fenny.
Chair, I hereby move for the notice on behalf of the African National Congress in the next sitting of the Council that the Council note with utmost concern the changing geopolitical situation, which is underpinned by trade wars, the deepening of the unequal trade between the rich countries of the north and the poor countries of the south, and the proliferation of interstate rivalries and conflicts, to believe that Africa is one of the continents likely to endure debilitating setbacks of this changing geopolitics if it does not forge a united and integrated response. 3, acknowledges that an individualized approaches and responses by the AU member states to this crisis may fuel geopolitical rivalries and conflict among African states, and therefore calls on the African Union to develop and adopt a continental protocol on the united and continental approach and response to these challenges. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fenny. Honorable members, that brings us to the close of the notices of motion. We now go on to notices of motions without notice. And I have the list of names here. We will start off with the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council notes with profound sadness and a great sense of loss, ultimately, Ambassador Nkosinathi Mthethwa, who was South African ambassador to France, further notes that the Ambassador Mthethwa, who served South Africa and the Congress movement with tireless commitment, dedication, rose within the ranks of the ANC, from being chairperson of the Southern Natal branch of the South African Youth Congress to a member of the National Executive Committee and the National Working Committee of the ANC. Thirdly, Ambassador Mthethwa served as a member of parliament in the third administration following the April 2004 general election and subsequently elected as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Minerals and Energy before becoming the chief whip of the majority party in the National Assembly at the beginning of 2008 and later as the Minister of Safety and Security, and acknowledges that the mark that Ambassador Mthethwa made in this survive to South Africa and ANC, and takes this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to the Mthethwa family, his political party, the ANC, and people of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honourable member is Honourable Boshoff.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with grave concern the ongoing electricity crisis in Tabacheo local municipality, where residents and businesses in wards 12 and 14, including the hospital area and surrounding communities, continue to endure prolonged power outages, often lasting up to 36 hours, followed by water outages due to non-functional pumping stations. Further notes that these outages are crippling local businesses, compromising healthcare services, and placing lives at risk, despite Ward 12 residents having one of the highest municipal payment rates at 92%. Acknowledges that this crisis persists due to poor municipal management, including the curtailment of technical department overtime, while administrative overtime costs continue to escalate unchecked. Calls on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to urgently intervene, investigate the governance failures within the municipality and provide a clear, actionable plan to stabilize services and restore reliable electricity and water supply to these communities. Further resolves that the Select Committee on COCTA be seized with this matter to ensure proper oversight and accountability for the people of Tabacheo. I so move. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion? There being no objections, it is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now go to the next honourable member who is on the virtual platform, Honourable Hlanganisa Nodada.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Motion without notice. I hereby move without
Honourable
notice.
member, could you put your video on so we see your face, even if it's for a few minutes?
Is it on, Chairperson?
No, we can't see your image. Activate your camera, please. Okay, all right. We saw you for a brief second there. I know it's you. Please continue, Honourable Nodada.
Thank you, Chair. I here move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes with appreciation former Home Affairs official Dean Peterson has been found guilty of 9 counts of fraud relating to funeral scheme. Further notes that she worked at the department's Calvinia branch, where she used the National Population Register to take out funeral policies and listed herself as the beneficiary. Also notes that she then forced the death of people whose identity she stole by falsely issuing notices of death to submit claims, and this caused a plethora of problems for the affected individuals, their day-to-day lives, and commends the Hawks and the investigation team for a sterling job in ensuing conviction of the accused. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nodada. Are there any objections to that motion? I don't see any. So it is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honourable member also on the virtual platform, Honourable Sawisa.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes the appointment of Ms. Busisiwe Magaguli as the acting municipal manager at the Salt Lake municipality in the Northern Cape despite her fraud conviction. Further note that previously Ms. Magaguli was an acting municipal manager at Pokwane municipality in Northern Cape between 2022 and 2023, where she was subsequently removed due to the same criminal record. Recognize that the municipal managers are appointed by the municipal council under the section 54A of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, the Systems Act, and they act as a link between the council and the administration. Further recognize that municipality managers steer the administration, serving both as the head of administration and the accounting officer. Acknowledge that the Salt Lake municipality has been embroiled in many contradicting issues that hamper service delivery within the municipality. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the appointment of the new acting municipal manager at Salt Lake municipality, and we call for her removal. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, it is accepted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe, I would like to council to note with appreciation the successful interception by the South African Revenue Services and its Customs Marine Patrol vessel of a ship carrying a massive haul of drugs worth 50 million off the east coast of Durban on Thursday, 4th of September 2025. Further notes that the operation was intelligence-driven and collaborative, demonstrating the importance of interagency cooperation in combating organized crime, recognizes the bravery and the dedication of the SARS officials, law enforcement officers, and all the stakeholders involved, condemns the ongoing activities of international and local drug syndicates who exploit South Africa's ports, coastlines, and borders as well as gateways, calls on the government to strengthen surveillance and patrols of all major ports and coastal entry points, provide increased resources to SARS, SAPS, and related agencies to effectively fight cross-border crimes. Further calls on Parliament to intensify oversight of border control operations to ensure that this victory against all organized crime is not an isolated case, but a part of a sustained, effective national strategy. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to that motion? There not being any, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, I'm informed that we have a young and up-and-coming parliamentarian, the son of the Honourable Deputy Minister of Transport. The young man here is Makanyisi Slengwa, who is in the gallery with us, and we welcome you, young Slengwa. Thank you for joining us. Honourable delegates, we now move on to the next motion, and that is from the Honourable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to your good self and all the members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council, one, note the appreciation that ESCOM has become profitable against this 2017 and has recorded a profit of 23.9 billion before tax. Two, further note that this is a major turnaround of 25.5 from last year's 25.5 billion loss. Three, further note that this was made possible by improved and a strong performance across the board, including better plant reliability and lower fuel costs. Four, take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister of Electricity and Energy, the management of ESCOM, and the general workers for a job well done. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to that motion? None. It's accepted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the next Honourable Member, and that's Honourable Billy.
Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that the Ohlanga Institute in Inanda, KwaZulu-Natal, is a site of profound national significance, the place where Nelson Mandela cast his first democratic vote in 1994 in honor of Dr. John Langalibale Dube. Notes that the John Langalibale Dube Heritage Legacy Project, announced in 2012 with a budget of 65 million, has become a national disgrace. Further notes that more than 33 million has already been spent, yet all that exists today is fencing and a collapsing amphitheater, while key promise components, including the Tower of Hope, Interpretation Center, Craft Center, Sports Center, were never built. Acknowledges that during an oversight visit to Ohlange last month, I witnessed heartbreaking neglect, leaking roofs, crumbling infrastructure, and the complete abandonment of this sacred heritage site. Further acknowledges that I have since received a written reply from the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Mr. Gayton Mackenzie, condemns the continued mismanagement and neglect of this project, calls upon the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to personally conduct an urgent oversight visit to Ohlange Institute, and further calls upon the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture to come and account on the 33 million already spent and to present a recovery plan to complete the project and restore Ohlange to its rightful glory. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, it is accepted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the next Honorable Member, Honorable Pala.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council knows that the 27th October 2025 will mark the 108th birthday of the late former President of the African National Congress, Oliver Reginald Tambo, who was born on the 27th October 1917. Further knows that immense contribution that the late Oliver Tambo made in uniting our people and the country towards negotiated political settlement and a peaceful transition towards a new non-racial, non-sexist, constitutional, democratic order that we enjoy today at a great personal sacrifice. Furthermore, acknowledge that the 108th birthday of Oliver Tambo coincides with the profound changes in geopolitics and domestic political landscape of South Africa, which are contrary to what Oliver Tambo and his generation aspired, fought, and died for. And further recognize that this contribution should be the nucleus of the new national identity formation and the celebration of collective heritage of struggle and resilience of our people, united in diversity against all forms of adversities, and therefore we call for a debate to celebrate this great son of the soil. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any objections to that motion? There being none, it is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council to note that water in Limpopo River is possible contaminated as it has significant change in color. Further note that the Limpopo River has suffered major pollution incidents, which have recent spillage turning into the green color of the water and admitting a strong smell, possible the coal mine and sludge dam that affect and also the sewer spillage. Also to recognize the polluted water pose a serious threat to the productivity of Limpopo farming region and could impact on food security. Also to acknowledge that the farming along the Limpopo River is irrigated dependent and there is therefore need to be reliable water to supply and support both commercial and subsistence agriculture. The economic freedom fighters call on the Minister of Water and Sanitation to urgently intervene to find a solution about the pollution water. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, it's agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to Honorable van den Berg.
Baie dankie, adjunkt voorsitter. Die Witkruismonument langs die N1 tussen Mokopane en Polokwane staan as 'n pynlike simbool van verlies. Elke jaar plant ons nuwe kruise om vermoorde boere en hulle families te gedenk. In 2025 alleen is 34 nuwe kruise bygevoeg. Elk 'n lewe uitgeruk, 'n gesin gebreek, 'n gemeenskap getraumatiseer. Plaasaanvalle en moorde maak ons platteland al hoe onveiliger, met verwoestende gevolge vir voedselsekerheid, indiensname en talle families. Hierdie tragedie raak ons almal. Namens die Vryheidsfront Plus doen ek 'n dringende oproep aan hierdie huis om met hernuwe ywer te fokus op die beveiliging van landelike gebiede en laat ons saamwerk om ons boere, hulle families, werknemers en ons platteland te beskerm, nog voordat nog 'n kruis geplant word. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable van den Berg. Is there any objections to that motion? There being none, it's agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. We will move on to Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The UDM doesn't have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We then move on to Honourable Finnis, who is on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the ANC that the Council notes with pride the successful breakthrough made by the Special Investigating Unit in uncovering massive fraud and corruption by the criminal syndicates at Tembisa Hospital, which is reported to a total of 2 billion rand. Acknowledges that the referral of cases of key identifies internal players within the Department for Disciplinary Action and Criminal Investigations. Believes that the theft of public resources meant to provide healthcare to our people is not only criminal, but a violation of human rights, and salutes the Special Investigating Unit for the meticulous work and call for no stone to be left unturned in ensuring the recovery of stolen public funds and the successful prosecution of the identified suspect. I so move, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Finnis. Is there any objections to that motion? There being none, it is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. I stand on behalf of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party. I hereby submit a motion without notice that the Council notes the grave concern the shocking stats released by the Eastern Cape Department of Health, revealing between April and July 2025, a total of 117 girls aged between the ages of 10 and 14 years old gave birth in a provincial hospital, an increase of 94 cases during the same year last year. The Council further recognizes that every one of these pregnancies represented as an act of a statutory rape under the South African law, and that this crisis points to the systemic failure in prevention, law enforcement, child protection, and community awareness. We call on the Council that it calls on the Department of Health, Social Development, Basic Education and SAPS to urgently establish a joint intervention task team to investigate these cases, ensure that the perpetrators are prosecuted without delay, provide psychosocial and medical support to the affected children, and implement comprehensive community-based prevention programs. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections? There being none, it's agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honourable Brits.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council, 1, congratulates the Kouga local municipality for winning the prestigious 2025 SAPOA Best Performing Municipality in the Eastern Cape in recognition of the contribution to the property industry in the area of municipal sustainability. 2, Kouga earned this top award for its outstanding performance during the 2023-2024 financial year, topping the charts in the Eastern Cape. This accolade was based on Ratings Africa's Municipal Sustainability Index, which measures the financial health, stability, and sustainability of South Africa's 115 largest municipalities. 3, excellence in governance, fiscal discipline, and service delivery are achievable where good policies, good management, and good governance are employed for the betterment of people's lives. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, it is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to Honorable Noe.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that Council 1 notes with great sense of appreciation the search and seizure operation by the Western Cape SAPS Commercial Crime Investigation Unit on the 26 sites of alleged massive tender fraud and corruption totaling 1.6 billion last week. 2, believes that these allegations, if proven true, are an indictment on the Democratic Alliance self-proclaimed messiah of good governance and anti-corruption, which will meet the wrath of the masses, and salutes the men and women in blue for their courageous posture of pursuing without favor, fear, or prejudice all acts of criminality and corruption, irrespective of who is involved. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion?
Objection.
I see it. There is an objection. So the motion does not proceed. We now move on to the Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with deep sadness the recent passing of Mr. David Benjamin Davie Botha, an esteemed civil engineer, a dedicated public servant, and former Ward 7 Councillor of the Oeverstrand Municipality. Acknowledges his extraordinary contribution to the engineering profession and to nation building, having served nearly 2 decades as Executive Director of the South African Institution of Civil Engineering, SAICE, where he championed professional excellence, capacity building, and youth development across South Africa. Recognizes his leadership in establishing the Africa Engineers Forum and his international role in advancing the visibility of South African engineering, culminating in his recognition through the SAICE Presidential Award and the prestigious NSTF Ukosi Award for Lifetime Achievements. Further notes his tireless advocacy for inclusive development and his belief that infrastructure is about restoring dignity and creating opportunity for all and every South African. Expresses its heartfelt condolences to his family, colleagues, and the communities he served so faithfully, and celebrates the life of a man whose bridges extend beyond concrete and steel, connecting people, professions, and purpose across our nation and continent. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Are there any objections? There being none, it will be agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The last motion will be by Honourable Mokwele.
On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes the appreciation, the recovery of the dangerous illegal firearms by the Western Cape South African Police Service in different sites in gang violence-riddled areas in Cape Town Metro. 2, believe that this is the result of enhanced intelligence gathering and greater cooperation between the police and members of the community. And 3, salute the Western Cape South African Police Service for the steering work and further call for the strengthening intelligence gathering, coordination and cooperation between the SAPS, the Cape Town Metro Police, and the community in fight against firearms and gang violence. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwele. Are there any objections to that motion? There being none, it is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, that brings us to the close of motions. We shall now proceed to the subject for debate. I'd like to welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister Slengwa to the NCOP. We always like having you in this house, and thank you for being here. And we shall now proceed to the subject for debate as printed in the order paper, and that is the revitalizing rail and port infrastructure to boost South Africa's economic recovery and employment opportunities. Honorable Slengwa, I now call you to the podium to present your debate for 20 minutes.
Honorable House Chairperson of the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP and Honorable Delegates of the Council, good afternoon, and to the students of Stellenbosch University, whom I see have already left. Chair, thank you very much. I think it's opportune for us to have this discussion at the outset of October Transport Month. As we commence with the debate, we must be conscious of the fact that the economic outlook faces several risks, including domestic constraints and global uncertainties that could hinder growth. The Department of Transport's 16 SOEs, our entities, operate in an environment that is not of our choosing. Accordingly, this will require leadership and foresight that prioritize the interests of our country and our people. Prompt execution of reforms in the logistics sector along the total value chain from pit to port and from manufacturer to consumer is essential to address and reduce the risk present in both our global and domestic environments. These risks include domestic issues such as port and rail constraints, as well as increased spending pressures, along with global risks identified by trade tensions and market volatility. Effective implementation of reforms is essential for the boosting of growth and employment. However, geopolitical tensions may alter foreign direct investment patterns. Therefore, Chair, allow me to reiterate our priorities that to guide this huge ecosystem and to focus the work of our entities on a common program to improve our passenger freight and logistics system. Over the next 4 years, we are guided by the 6 clear targets. One, the first is to ensure that by 2029, 250 million tons of freight are transported on the Transnet network per annum. The second is to improve the speed by which we load and unload ships to the international benchmark of 30 gross crane movements per hour. The third is to ensure our passenger rail system provides safe, reliable, and affordable transport to workers and their families, and we aim to ensure 600 million passenger journeys per annum by the year 2030. The fourth is to boost the contribution of aviation to tourism, economic development, and job creation, and we expect 42 million passengers per annum to move through the AXA network of airports by the end of this political term. The fifth is to move 1.2 million tons of air freight through the AXA network of airports per annum by the end of this term. And lastly is to ensure greater safety on our roads and reduce the devastating toll of road accidents which they have on lives and livelihoods. And we aim to reduce road fatalities by 45% by the year 2029 so that we reach the United Nations target of halving road fatalities by the year 2030. Therefore, Chair, with that background, let me thank the Council for the opportunity to report back on the work which is being done by the Department and our entities. The National Rail Policy, which was approved by Cabinet in 2022, advances a rail reform agenda that introduces radical structural reforms in the sector that are intended to enable private sector investment, optimal utilization of the rail network, and the effective economic regulation of rail that will facilitate equitable access to the rail network and ensure that this is properly managed. The benefits of third-party access include, amongst others, improving utilization of the network and thus increasing rail efficiency, reducing network unit cost by involving more operators, increasing revenue to contribute to investment in the maintenance and modernization of the network, and reducing the external costs of freight logistics and improving the competitiveness of rail as a more environmentally friendly mode of transport. Chairperson, the National Rail Policy also pronounced that the interim rail economic regulatory capacity is a model for economic regulation within its mandate until the transport economic regulator is operationalized, and we are in the process of finalizing that operationalization. The work of the IREC was further expanded by the roadmap for the freight logistics system in South Africa, which was approved by Cabinet in December 2023. At the core, Chairperson, of this vision is the network statement and rail access agreement that need to be both commercially viable for investors and supportive for broader rail reform goals. The network statement serves as a foundational document that outlines the terms and conditions under which operators can access the rail network, thereby giving effect to third-party access and enabling private sector participation. The first network statement and tariff determination, which were for 2024-2025 financial year, were finalized and published on the 20th of December 2024. The application process for slots commenced promptly after the network statement was gazetted in December 2024. Applications opened on the 20th of December 2024 and closed on the 27th of February 2025. The evaluation process was rigorous and conducted in full compliance with the standards of fairness and transparency, and 25 train operating companies applied, and 11 have met the necessary requirements and will proceed to the next stage of the negotiations and contracting. The process, Chairperson, of revising the current network statement is currently underway, and key rail stakeholders have been consulted, and we anticipate that this process will be concluded as soon as the network statement and rail access tariffs 2025-2026 will be published once approved by the Minister of Transport. The National Rail Policy further provides the underlying framework, goals and objectives to guide the rail sector, and in addition, the roadmap seeks to address the immediate challenges and introduce rail reforms in the logistics system. The approved freight logistics roadmap focused on improving performance in the short term and long term, and the short term priority was to stabilize and improve the operational performance of the freight rail network, which had presented a severe constraint on exports and thus revenues. In the long term, Chairperson, the freight logistics roadmap would enhance competitiveness and efficiency. The roadmap called for the establishment of the infrastructure manager that is vertically separated from rail operations with decision-making independence under a clear governance framework. The infrastructure manager was established in 2024 to focus on the management and maintenance of our rail infrastructure network. The role of the Transnet Freight Rail would be solely as a rail operating company. This will bring the much needed efficiency for our rail network. Honorable members, the department has established a private sector participation unit which will offer technical support to PRASA and Transnet on private sector participation projects. An interim PSP unit was established in October 2024, followed by the formal establishment of the unit on the 14th of May 2025. The PSP unit is established through a memorandum of agreement between the Department of Transport, National Treasury, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and appoints the DBSA as the hosting agent of the unit on behalf of the department. As colleagues already know, on the 23rd of March 2025, the Minister of Transport released the freight request for information on the market to the market. The freight RFI focused on the following corridors, which is the Northern Cape to Saldanha bulk minerals, the Northern Cape to Nelson Mandela Bay, Limpopo and Mpumalanga to Richards Bay bulk minerals, and the intermodal supply chain focused on the container and automotive sectors. The department received 163 responses from the market, and the analysis of the RFIs has been completed. The minister will release the results of the freight RFI to the market in due course. The development of the rail passenger RFI is also underway, and the RFI will cover the following areas, which is rolling stock depots, rolling stock fleet and factory, and the automatic fare collection system, fiber optic network, and regional rapid and high-speed rail. It is anticipated that the rail passenger RFI will be released to the market during the month of October 2025. Further, colleagues, the department is leading rail reform through strategic instruments such as the Rail Master Plan and the Network Statement. These frameworks promote the modal shift, infrastructure revitalization, and private sector participation as mentioned above. Further, TRIM estimates a 66 billion rands investment over 5 years to restore and maintain the freight rail network, targeting 250 metric tons capacity. The corridors assessed include Ore, North Cape, Container Central, and Northeast. Further, the department's Rail Master Plan guides TRIM's strategic direction through corridor-specific investment plans, asset condition assessment, maintenance philosophies, and the volume ramp-up strategy to 250 million tons by 2029-2030. On PRASA, the foundation of PRASA's turnaround is a successful execution of its infrastructure recovery program, restoring rail services to communities that desperately need them. Regarding the corridor recovery, PRASA has successfully recovered 35 of the 40 lines and corridors since the inception of the recovery program. This past year alone, critical corridors, including Randfontein, Crossmoor, Katlehong, and the Central Line, were restored. The organization has also emphasized performance improvements and modernization of service technologies and related infrastructure. The introduction of modern rolling stock continues with 60 new EMU trains delivered in 24-25, bringing the total of the new fleet to 268 sets. This new fleet, coupled with the infrastructure repair, resulted in an exceptional 91% on-time performance. These actions cannot be complete, of course, without further investments into infrastructure, and PRASA has demonstrated a strong execution capability by spending 21.1 billion rands on capital expenditure, which is 182% of the allocated budget, restoring critical infrastructure to the likes of the Boksburg Bridge. Further, the most powerful indicator, of course, of our success is the rapid return of commuters to rail, a clear sign that public confidence has been restored. An assessment, honorable members, of the progress shows that Metro Rail recorded 76.72 million passenger trips in the 24-25 financial year, and this is a massive increase from the 39.4 million passenger trips reported in the previous year. Honorable members, over 5 years, Metro Rail passengers have increased by a phenomenal 666% since 2020-2021, demonstrating the sustained demand for an affordable and safe rail service. As concerns commuter experience, our focus on service quality is evident in the revitalization of 46 stations and a high of 75.8% customer service satisfaction rate. On the key areas of governance, safety, and economic impact, our achievements thus far extend also to governance and safety, ensuring sustainability and creating socio-economic value. It is clear that PRASA has taken a turnaround towards better and better performance, especially regarding governance and financial discipline, in which it can proudly be stated that PRASA achieved its first unqualified audit opinion in 9 years, signifying a return to sound financial management. Obviously, we still have a long way to go. Our safety ratio sits at 0.34 per 100,000 passenger trips, which is well below the target of 0.58, and the commitment that has earned PRASA a 3-year operating permit from the Railway Safety Regulator. PRASA is now poised to deliver meaningful socio-economic contribution, creating jobs and growing industries. PRASA's capital spend created 84,718 job opportunities, with 47% of those jobs going to the youth. And furthermore, we achieved the 79% localization of procurement spend. Honorable members, it is clear that PRASA is not just recovering, but it is also laying the tracks for the future of public transport, ensuring that rail remains the backbone of all passenger travel, ensuring long-term financial and operational sustainability. Our Rail Plus Property strategy aims to drive the future financial sustainability of the organization, and we are now targeting to grow revenue to 2.5 billion rands by 2035 rather, through property development, co-investment, and station precinct modernization, thereby diversifying our income streams beyond the reliance on fares. The implementation of a new security plan is projected to achieve savings of 1 billion rand per annum, freeing up resources for core operations. We continue to secure the network using advanced technology like the e-security and C4I Star. We are expanding our services and we are turning the tide. Looking forward to a prosperous expanded commuter rail and long-distance transport services. Having successfully consolidated chairperson the long-distance passenger transport division. Honorable members, we must say and state confidently that the achievements of 2024-2025 ensure that we continue with an upward trajectory and consolidate the demand for affordable, reliable public transport services, demonstrating that PRASA's recovery program is indeed delivering tangible results for commuters and the economy. It remains PRASA's commitment to be the pride of the nation, and it remains our commitment in the ministry to push them in that direction. The National Ports Authority is planning to invest over 10 billion rands in port infrastructure over the next 4 years. Of this investment, 70% is geared towards creating additional capacity. The bulk of new capacity will be to support the just energy transition strategy of government. The National Ports Authority will be investing in bulk infrastructure for handling of LNG and LPG in various ports across the country, including Richards Bay, East London on a small scale, Ngqura, and the Port of Saldanha. The Transnet Port Terminals, as part of modernizing of its terminals plans to relocate the old manganese terminal in Port of Port Elizabeth, which has reached its life cycle, and it plans to build a modern manganese terminal in the Port of Ngqura with a capacity of 12 to 16 million tons per annum. It is anticipated that this project will create opportunities for the private sector participation. There is also interventions to improve efficiencies in key container terminals and to handle larger container vessels. Transnet Port Terminals has started with equipment replacement program, which entails acquisition of new ship-to-shore cranes, straddle carriers, and rubber-tired gantry cranes across all our container terminals. The Port of Durban has plans of widening and deepening of the port entrance channel to improve access and navigability, deepening and lengthening of the North Quay berths at the Port 2 container terminal and berth 203 to 205, along with the creation of additional space through land reclamation container capacity, which is expected to increase to 8.6 million TEUs. Also, as part of the Operation Pagisa program, the dry dock facilities across the country have undergone major refurbishments and modernization. There is an effort to process new 22 GIB cranes for the 3 ports, which is the Port of Durban, Port of East London, and the Port of Cape Town. The Port of Mossel Bay is also going to have a new upgraded slipway to create additional capacity for fishing fleet repairs. Colleagues, we hope that this gives greater clarity on the progress we are making and greater clarity on the long road that we still need to traverse. It is only through partnerships and engagements and the correct investments into infrastructure, skills, and expertise and clarity of thought that we'll be able to achieve the turnaround for growth in our country. It remains our commitment as the ministry with our entities to ensure that we restore rail as the backbone of our economy. Chairperson, we thank the Council for the opportunity to present the statement, and we look forward to a constructive engagement on all the issues that we have raised. We remain a work in progress in the right direction. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister Slengwa Mashasha. We now, before we move on to the next speaker, I'd like to recognize the guests of the Honorable Makasini from Welcome, Mr. Matlakhala, as well as Mr. Makalini. We welcome you and thank you for joining us in the NCOP. Thank you. All right, now we move on to the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency, the Honorable Badenost, for 10 minutes. 15 minutes. That was 15 minutes, sorry.
Saved your bangle, don't cut on minutes. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister Slengwa, good to see you dressed for the occasion. Honorable members and fellow South Africans. When you move people and goods, you move money. And when you move money, you create jobs. That, Chair, is the heartbeat of this year's Transport Month debate. Because every train that runs on time, every port that turns a ship around faster, every truck that avoids a pothole is not just moving cargo or commuters. It's moving South Africa closer to economic recovery, investment, and dignity. Our economy depends on the efficient movement of people and goods. The Department of Transport admits itself that there's no coherence between its APP and the current reality of our mobility systems. We face a rail network that is still limping, roads that are crumbling, and ports that choke our exporters instead of connecting them to markets. When ports are congested and trains don't run, factories close, farms lose income, and workers lose jobs. This is not an abstract. It's about the mine worker whose train can't deliver ore, the fruit exporter whose container misses the ship, and the commuter who spends hours in a taxi because the train no longer runs. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, launched in 2020, promised an infrastructure-led recovery. 5 years later, the Select Committee has seen firsthand how that promise is still struggling to leave the station. In 2013, PRASA carried more than 500 million passengers a year. By 2021, after state capture and COVID, that number has collapsed to 16 million. Today, the figure has recovered to 76 million. Progress, yes, Deputy Minister, but still far from the pre-state capture levels. I saw this firsthand when our committee boarded the new electric multiple unit train from Nolongwile in Khayelitsha to the Cape Town station. It was not just a train ride. It was a symbol of what happens when we get it right. New rolling stock, modern stations, safe travel, restored dignity. But that train runs on old tracks and, unfortunately, on old habits. Because while PRASA has restored some 35 of its 40 commuter lines, the real problem lies deeper in the governance and infrastructure model itself. Transnet still holds a monopoly on freight operations, still strangling private investment and innovation. Minister Creasy's so-called reform allows limited track access for private trains, but keeps Transnet in charge of operations. The same Transnet that owes 138 billion rand paid Gupta Link companies billions for ghost locomotives that never ran, and that handed out contracts so inflated that they could have built new tracks to Maputo. This is the same culture that saw PRASA pay 3.5 billion rand for tall trains, remember those? That couldn't fit under South Africa's bridges. And ANC ministers defend the indefensible while commuters had to walk to work. It's the same pattern that gave us Nkandla fire pools, Bosasa cash for tenders, and PPE deals that lined connected pockets while our economy went off the rails. This is why the DA continues to say, enough of monopolies, enough of bailouts. What South Africa needs is competition, concessioning, and private sector partnership. Break up Transnet's monopoly. Let efficient private operators run freight lines under strict regulatory oversight. Empower capable cities and provinces like the City of Cape Town to manage commuter rail tailored to local needs, integrated with existing service providers. That's how we move people, goods, and money. Honourable members, our ports tell the same story. Container volumes dropped from 4.6 million units in 2017-18 to 4.1 million in 2021-22. At the Port of Cape Town, exporters watch fruit rot on the quayside while ships wait days for berthing slots. World Bank ranks us amongst the slowest port systems globally. Transnet Reinvent for Growth strategy targets 250 million tonnes of freight by 2030. At the moment, we're still at 149 million. We can't grow exports if our port acts like warehouses. That's why the corporatization of the Transnet National Ports Authority and the introduction of third-party operators must be accelerated, not in press statements, but in practice. The DA welcomes the commitment to separate infrastructure and operations portfolios, but the proof will be in performance. When cranes move 30 containers per hour instead of 15, when exporters can book slots without political connections, when ports are driven by performance and not patronage. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, South Africa's post-COVID economic recovery blueprint, and the 2024-29 Medium-Term Development Plan makes it clear that aggressive infrastructure investment is the cornerstone of recovery. We need catalytic projects that connect regions and markets. Modernized rail corridors linking mines, factories, and ports. Rehabilitated branch lines for agriculture and rural logistics. New port terminals run through transparent public-private partnerships. Road upgrades that reduce truck congestion, especially around key areas like Richards Bay. These are not just projects, they are lifelines of economic revival. But Chair, revitalizing infrastructure is not just about steel and concrete, it's also about people. South Africans spend nearly 60% of their income on transport and electricity. That means less food on the table, fewer school fees paid, and less investment in small businesses. Reliable public transport is therefore an instrument of economic justice. A working train is a wage increase. A modern port is a small business opportunity. Every kilometre of functioning infrastructure is a kilometre out of poverty. The DA believes that the expanded public works program must evolve from temporary relief to a skills pipeline that builds permanent employability. We support the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure's reform in this regard and call for its alignment with transport sector priorities so that every bridge repaired and every station modernized becomes a training ground for future artisans, technicians, and engineers. The localization of rail manufacturing through process contract with Gibela is a powerful example of what can be achieved when policy, partnership, and production align. A 67% localization target was set, but for years it could not even be verified because of no economic development monitor appointment. Now that verification is underway, South Africa expects results, local jobs, local suppliers, local skills. When we build our trains in South Africa, we build more than rolling stock. We build confidence, we build competence, and we build our communities. Chair, we cannot speak of revitalization without confronting the rot that crippled our logistics system. Transnet was the biggest crime scene of state capture. Over 41 billion rand in irregular contracts looted through Gupta-linked networks. McKinsey, regiments, and Trillion made millions in consulting fees, while locomotives rusted and freight volumes collapsed. At PRASA, billions disappeared into phantom signalling tenders, while executive built mansions from commuter misery. That same rot continues to this day, I'm sad to report, with the Hawks now investigating the 18 billion rand Mazia General Services signalling contract, where PRASA officials allegedly colluded with politically connected suppliers to inflate costs and bypass procurement controls. And yet, few have faced consequences. In fact, some of the very architects of this plunder now parade as champions of the poor in both houses of parliament, shouting about economic freedom, while they once signed off the checks that stole that very same economic freedom. No wonder voters have become so disillusioned. As the DA, we will not rest until oversight brings accountability. We will track every turnaround plan, every conditional grant, every irregular expenditure report, because without accountability, revitalization is just a slogan. Transnet is a train smash in slow motion. It cannot service its 138 billion rand debt. It cannot maintain its network. And every year, taxpayers are asked for another bailout. Let's not be fooled here, honourable members. A bailout is the taxpayer's cash. A guarantee is the taxpayer's credit card. Throwing money at Transnet's like throwing money at a drowning man. We've done this dance before. Eskom bailouts that fed Medupi's overruns. SAA's turnarounds that turned into handouts. And PRASA's endless cleanups that cleaned out the fiscus instead. The real solution is rehabilitation through reform. The Democratic Alliance is on record for offering these alternatives. Concession of freight corridors to competent operators. Prioritize private investment before public bailouts. Ensure provinces and metros with capacity can run local passenger services. Enforce performance-based contracts. Implement the Transport Economic Regulation Act swiftly to prevent scope creep and guarantee fair competition. Some of it is already happening because it makes logical sense. If we do this, rail can once again become the backbone of inclusive growth, moving minerals, agricultural goods, manufactured exports, and most importantly, workers. Honourable members, we must stop pretending the state can do it alone. The private sector must not be seen as the enemy. It is the engine of delivery. Public-private partnerships can modernise terminals, expand rail yards, and digitise logistics systems. If we structure them transparently, they can attract billions in investment and create thousands of jobs. But investors need policy certainty, not shifting goalposts and not political interference. When contracts are honoured, when regulation is predictable, capital flows and confidence grows. That is the DA's economic vision, a logistics system that works because it's run by people who can run it, not because it's protected by people who can't. Transport is also about dignity. Far too long, ordinary South Africans have been robbed of their time, their safety, and their opportunity because of a failing transport system. Every delayed train, every collapsed bridge, every broken traffic light tells a story of a government that forgot its duty. Revitalizing rail and ports is therefore not just an economic act, it's a moral act. It says to South Africans, we value your time, we value your work, and we value your dreams. In the Western Cape, the DA is already proving that cooperative governance can achieve. The service level plan between PRASA and the City of Cape Town is a pioneering model for devolved rail management. It shows that when local government has capacity and accountability, rail recovery accelerates. Our committee oversight will ensure that this model informs the National Rail Bill and the long-awaited private sector participation framework. That's how federalism becomes a tool for delivery and not for division. Honourable members, revitalising transport infrastructure is not a side project of the economy, it is the economy. For every R1 invested in logistics, the economy gains R1.50 in output. Every kilometre of working rail reduces road maintenance costs and carbon emissions. Every efficient port increases export revenue and tax income. And behind each statistic is a person, a welder in Nigel, a crane operator in Durban, a train driver in Tshwane, earning a living, supporting a family, and restoring faith in the future. So, Chair, as we celebrate Transport Month, let us make it more than a ceremonial celebration. Let us make it a turning point. Let this month be catalytical, where government embraces reform instead of fear. Transnet opens its network to real competition. PRASA becomes the people's train again. Our ports move faster, our roads last longer, and our people travel safer. Because when you move people and goods, you move money. And when you move money, you move hope. Honourable Deputy Chair, South Africa's transport story has been one of decline, but it need not end that way. We have the plans, we have the policies, and we have the people. What we need now is political will and a little bit less corruption. Let us remember that infrastructure is more than a budget line. It is a bridge between poverty and prosperity, between unemployment and opportunity, between despair and dignity. As chair of this committee, I can assure this House that we will keep the signal strong for accountability, for progress, and for partnership. Because our signal to deliver must never be missed again. Let us get South Africa moving, its trains, its ships, its people, and its economy. Because when we move people and goods, we move money. And when we move money, we create jobs. And when we move South Africa forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barnos. The next person to contribute to this debate is Honorable Kaunda. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable House Chair, the MECs present, and all honorable members of this August House. Good afternoon. It is an honor to stand before you during this October Transport Month. Our greetings to our Deputy Minister of Transport, Mashasha. A month in which we reflect on the centrality of transport infrastructure in driving economic growth, job creation, and social transformation. It is important, Honorable Chairperson, to note that October Transport Month also coincides with OR Tambo Month, where we celebrate the life and legacy of Oliver Reginald Tambo, a giant of our liberation struggle, as we discuss revitalizing our transport systems. We do so inspired by his vision of a united, prosperous, and inclusive South Africa. Transport is the lifeblood of our economy. When our rail, ports, and roads functions efficiently, we unlock trade, attract investments, and connect our people to opportunities and create necessary jobs. Across the world, nations are investing heavily in transport and logistics infrastructure as catalyst for economic renewal and competitiveness. Integrated transport systems are driving trade, innovation, and job creation. South Africa, and particularly KwaZulu-Natal, is part of this global movement. With the Port of Durban as Africa's busiest maritime gateway and eThekwini as the economic powerhouse of the region, our local investment in rail revitalization, port modernization, and logistics hubs place us firmly on the global trade map. Honorable Chairperson, these projects, they are not only strengthening South Africa's link to global value chains, but also positioning KwaZulu-Natal and eThekwini as a continental leader in smart and sustainable mobility. As we gather under the theme, revitalizing rail and port infrastructure to boost South Africa's economic recovery and employment opportunities, we are reminded that transport is more than just the movement of people and commodities. It is transformation on its own. Every rail line restored, every port expanded, and every road upgraded carries with it the promise of renewed economic activity, improved access to markets, and dignity for our people. In a province like KwaZulu-Natal, the gateway to Africa, investing in modern, resilient, and inclusive transport infrastructure is central to unlocking our nation's potential and achieving the developmental aspirations of our democracy. This aligns with the Freedom Charter's call that the people shall share in the country's wealth, and with the ANC Manifesto's vision for an inclusive economic growth that leaves no one behind. Yesterday, we welcome the pronunciation by the President of the ANC and the President of the Republic of South Africa on the economic plans that are aimed at intervening in turning the tide around to grow our economy, so that it can be able and be in a better position to create necessary jobs for our people. Today, I will highlight key programs in KwaZulu-Natal from Sunrise Road Mobility Initiatives, which is a linkage between rail and port, Durban port investments and logistics linkages, all working together to revitalize our province and our nation. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa has a relatively vast rail network of some 25,000 kilometers, and this is no small network, as it is based on the relatively vast geography of the country, which is from south to north, equivalent to flying from Istanbul to London and passing many countries in Europe. This is important as the country has a relatively vast geography, which is from south to north, equivalent to flying from Istanbul to London, is passing many of those countries. Therefore, efficient and reliable transport in the form of road, rail, air transport, ports is critical for linking people to markets and markets to markets. This is the essence of revitalizing role of rail ports in ensuring inclusive economic development and its growth. Moreover, due to the historical development of the political economy of our country in terms of mining, agriculture, there is economic concentration in the inland provinces. This means that there is a necessity for an efficient road and railway system to unlock economic value of the country through the movement of people, goods, freight, and services. This necessity for an efficient rail and port system becomes more important in the context of moving goods and freight from inland markets to the coast for consumption and export purposes. The inland market is also dependent on rail and road for its imports, and therefore the importance of rail as a mode of transport in South Africa as it connects local districts and provinces to markets and inland provinces to the coast. It is for this reason that we must focus on the challenges and how those challenges will be dealt with, as every problem has its own solution. Honorable Chair, as part of the investment that the Deputy Minister has spoken about, especially in resuscitating how Durban ports and other strategic ports in the country works, and resuscitation of railway lines, this sector of transport has got potential of growth. We need to unleash that potential. And that potential, it calls for, not for the exercise of business as usual, but it calls for extra qualitative alternative interventions so that we'll be in a better position to turn the tide around, especially to inject growth in local communities where these ports are located. Here is the great potential for this sector on the rail investments as well as the ports. Chair, this is not all about bailouts. I'm sure that language must be put aside, but it is about greater investment to attract investment of the private sector so that we work together to grow the economy of our country. So those who are still lying there on the bailouts, there's a language that we have put aside, but we need integration of both private sector and public sector to resuscitate this sector. Honorable Chairperson, when we talk about corruption that other members have spoken about, we know that when they highlight corruption, they just quote some few individuals, and forgetting that during the sunset clause, there are many of those who worked in the apartheid regime who remain in these Transnet as entities, and they remain in lower positions of SCM procurement, because even when you want to promote them, they say, no, don't touch us. We are comfortable where we are, because they still want to loot the resources of this country. And in great values, they have looted our resources. So therefore, it necessitates, Chair, can I be protected, Chair? Thank you.
Remember, you are protected. Please continue.
Thank you very much. So it necessitates that we move from that and also focus our resources in terms of investments so that we can grow our economy. Honorable Deputy Minister, through you, Chairperson, we've got great opportunities and great potential for this sector to create more jobs, but we need more concerted efforts. For now, we are still minimal in terms of opening those opportunities. Industrialize the sector, all the inputs that must be sourced for the development.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Kaunda, please take your seat.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair. I want
Deputy.
to stand on Rule 47, read along as well with Rule 48, that Honorable Bedenenost is continuously abusing the space. So it's about during a debate in the council, no delegate may confess loud. And 48, no delegate may interrupt another delegate who is addressing the chair. So Bedenenost has been doing it consistently and it's not on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Badenost, please do not disturb the member that is on the podium. Please continue, Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's duly noted.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Badenost, sorry, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable Badenost, I did not recognize you and it was wrong for you to do that. Please desist from taking the microphone when you're not recognized. You may heckle, but not disturb the speaker. Yeah, but not aloud. You cannot heckle aloud and disturb the person that's on the podium. Honorable Kaunda, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, through your Chairperson, if you look at the number of investments sourced from the private sector and our government, it is enough to expand beneficiation. It is enough. If you look at the investments at Durban Port of more than 100 billion, if that can be expanded to bring on board those poor communities from rural communities, from townships, to fully participate, not only few individuals to benefit and live with that economy, but it needs to be expanded so that those who have been left out of the mainstream economy are also brought on board. So it is possible to do that. It is possible to coordinate as government the Enterprise and Supply Development Fund through these investments so that the private sector, with these 3% that the broad-based economic empowerment talks about, that 3% after your net should be invested back to emerging companies and all of that. So if that can be put into a pool through the resources that we can call Enterprise and Supply Development Fund, that will be able to inject necessary growth. And I'm sounding like a stuck record because these are the things which are possible to be done. And these things are possible. It's just that there are few people that are rejecting every transformation that this country has. So that is the potential that needs to be unleashed in terms of bringing together a skills transfer for those who are in TVETs, for those who are in universities. Through these major developments, it must take place and it must find expression so that they start benefiting as well. But that also include how the government can coordinate its own facilities through different DFIs that will be able to inject necessary growth to support the emerging companies. Ngifuna ukisho ngesiZulu ke le. Kuzokwenzeka futhi ukuthi mashasha uma ngabe sikhuluma ngeimbiwa phansi amakhosi kuyekuthiwe wona aphethe nje isurface inkwali ibelonga kwi department. What stops us as government to empower amakhosi, with their communities for this quarry to be sourced, and they are becoming part and parcel. They own 60% of this quarry in their own communities, and that gets invested back to communities through student bursaries and funds to empower our people. So that is possible to happen. There's nothing that stops us to do that. Kodwa ngoba kukhona bangayifuni i-transformation ngenqubekela phambili abafana nabanye honorable Burton Host ukuthi makhulunywa nge-transformation bethinteke egazini bephenduke beshintshe ngishikhala lokho ke ngeke kusishintshe thina sithunyelwa abantu la ukuzoshintsha impilo zabo zibe ngcono ngakho ke abakwamukele nje ukuthi ushintsho nenguquko ezinqala kwezomnotho akusiyonto esoyicela kubo kodwa yinto ekumele siyenze ukukhumbula Oliver Tambo ngakho ke ngivala ngelokuthi ke umphakathi waseningizimu Afrika usenethemba kulohulumeni Government of National Unity umphakathi weSouth Africa unethemba kuma policies kaAfrican National Congress ngakho ke asiqhubeke silekelelane siwenze lo msebenzi ukuthi impilo zabantu bakithi sishintshe zibe ngcono sizokwazi ukulisana nenkohlakalo ngempumelelo kodwa inkohlakalo akufuneki ukuthi mangabe seWestern Cape kuthuleke nje ezweni bese ngathi ayikho inkohlakalo kodwa siubona umasipala walapha eCape Town uthi hayibo ziyabhubhodla imali zabantu eCape Town kodwa kuthuleke ukuthi du kwamele kwaba umunye umasipala athi ha namba bangapi sekushona ngalapho imedia yakithi ayibo objective ayithi mayikhona inkohlakalo la eWestern Cape kakhulukazi lapha eCape Town ayivezwe nayo abambula izinqa kubhekwe phezulu wonke umuntu kuveza nansi inkohlakalo ke ngoba nabo onke abamalanga laba bavese bakujwayela ukuthi bentshontshe mase bentshontshile mase bekhomba abanye abantu bayantshontsha ungitshontsha kuyafana wena ngitshontsha lo ngapha noma ngitshontsha ngale into eyodwa leyo siyabonga sihlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaunda.
I called it. You got to take it. I called it.
Yeah. Honorable Badnos, what's your point of order?
Chair, I rise on Rule 51.
Continue.
Chair, I just wanted to say that the whole speech we just listened to was irrelevant and repetitive. Thank you.
We now move on to the next person to contribute to this debate. No. No, he had to, he was up. No, he was up before you concluded. We now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's the Honorable Dr. Skrio Kokel. You have 8 minutes.
Bardenos, is that you? Oh, can I take you through Nanga Station? Yeah. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans, good day. In 2025, a train driver has to make use of a cell phone and call colleagues because cables are stolen, signaling is broken, and billions spent on unanswered signal contracts. But what is the impact? We have enough trains, but where it comes to the frequency, where it would normally take 6 minutes with the intended signaling, now a train comes every 40 minutes, if not longer. It takes away job opportunities because South Africans have to wait. Even Parliament could save money if Ukasia train station opens and honourable members will be able to take the train into town. That alarming cell phone call summarized the decay of the rail network that once moved 220 million tons of freight a year. Freight volumes have dropped from 226 million in 2017-2018 to 149 million in 2023-2020. That's over 80% of goods now go by road. The passenger ridership collapsed from 500 million journeys in 2010 to under 20 million in 2022. Every day of dysfunction cost the economy about 1 billion rand. South Africa owns the largest rail network on the continent, about 80% of Africa's track and rail. It offers huge advantages. Trains use far less fuel than trucks. Rails last decades longer. And our rail once underpinned export, and commuter mobility. Yet mismanagement hollowed out the state agencies. Mass cable theft, crippled signaling, freight shifted to trucks, clogging highways, and damaging our roads. The National Rail Bill and White Paper on Rail Policy call for opening up the network to private concessions and third-party operators. This model works. In Japan, private railway carries about 9 billion passengers annually. In Taiwan, a public-private partnership built a high-speed rail. Though it reduced domestic air travel by 70%, the government worked with airlines to redeploy staff and encourage carriers to serve routes not covered by the HSR. This model demonstrates that competition between different modes of transport can be constructive when stakeholders cooperate. We should adopt similar partnerships, ensuring that trucking companies, taxi associations participate in planning so that freight and commuter traffic shift smoothly to rail while protecting jobs. The human cost of our rail collapse is staggering. According to the World Bank, our low-income workers in South Africa spend up to 51% of their net wages on transport. A functioning rail system could dramatically reduce high cost of living and allow South Africans to spend their hard-earned money on what matters most to them, like food, health, and education. Our African neighbors has shown that revitalization can be achieved. Kenya's Mombasa-Nairobi Railway added 1.5 percentage points to the GDP, creating 46,000 jobs, cut transport costs while moving millions of passengers and tons of freight. Ethiopia's 728 Addis Ababa Djibouti line slashed travel time from 4 days to hours and boosted the export revenue by $500 million while carrying nearly all the country's coffee. Nigeria's Abuja, Kaduna, and Lagos Abadan line has carried millions of passengers, added freight services, and created thousands of jobs while spurring corridor development. Crucial to this project's construction, the operation created 5,000 direct jobs and supported more than 20,000 indirect jobs. Well-run railway can stimulate tourism, business travel, and property development, creating value far beyond these stations themselves. These success stories create two crucial components: strong political will and public-private partnerships. A major barrier to returning passengers to the rail is safety. Theft and vandalism have crippled signaling, forcing drivers to use cell phones to ask for clearance. Over 700 kilometers of cable was stolen in 2021, and more than 1,400 kilometers was stolen in 2021-2022, costing service interruptions. Rebuilding the rail must therefore include a specialized rail police service unit, modern surveillance, and prosecutions that treat infrastructure theft as economic sabotage because it's killing jobs. Investing in rail security will not only reassure commuters, but it will also attract foreign tourists who want to visit rural areas that are currently inaccessible by safe public transport. Decentralization is vital. The white paper allows cities and provinces to manage commuter services. Cape Town's plans to run Metro Rail will project a saving of nearly 1 billion rand a year. Local control would integrate rail with buses and housing, promote transit-oriented development, and allow municipalities to contract operators to meet local need. To restore rail and create jobs, we must open the network to qualified private operators through transparent concessions, professionalized transit and plaza, invest in maintenance and modernize signaling before building new mega products. The Department of Tourism must empower the transport economic regulator to set fair access fees, dynamic tariffs, and secure infrastructure with the rail police and technology to use data-driven management to monitor performance. Executing these steps together will restore confidence and track freight and passengers back. Revitalizing the rail is not just about steel and sleepers, like some honorable members in the House. It's about jobs and growth. Shifting freight to rail cuts congestion, emission, and road wear.
Through you, Chairperson.
Will Secretary Kokal take your seat, please? Acting Chief Whip.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm standing on Rule 1 of Rule 45, actually, that speaks about freedom of speech. I don't think it's correct what Honorable Dokotela could have said, that members in the House are sleeping, the sleepest. So I'm not sure who's actually sleeping here. It's I think it's unparliamentary to say that. It will go out. It will be wrong. It's not. It's not. Can you rule on that, Chairperson?
Deputy Chief Whip, I don't think he referred to any particular member in the House.
But
So-
can you look at it, because it's very wrong.
No, I heard very clearly. I heard very clearly what he said.
We'll be seen as if we are sleepist here and we are on duty like them as well.
No, but he didn't refer to any particular member in the House. So continue, Dr. Secretary Kokal.
Safe trains leave family without more money for essential, and a revitalized rail system would support manufacturing, tourism, expand domestic supply chains, and ignite new businesses around stations. In closure, by embracing partnership, devolving authority, securing infrastructure, and professionalizing management, South Africa can rebuild our world-class rail system. Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria show that a modern rail contributes to economic growth and employment. Let us answer the ringing phone that ensure trains run on time and put our economy back on track. I thank you.
Thank you. The next contributor to the debate is
Chairperson.
Makasini. You have 15 minutes.
Chairperson,
Honorable Farmer, on what rule are you standing?
I'm not standing on a rule, Chair.
Please take your seat.
I just need.
Please take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Farmer.
This House does not have a deputy chief
Please
whip.
take your seat.
It is an acting chief whip, Chair.
Take your seat. Thank you. Honorable Makasini, please continue. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The economic freedom fighters stand here today to mark the theme thereof revitalizing the rail and port infrastructure to boost South African economy recovery and employment opportunities. As the economic freedom fighter, we take this opportunity today to reflect critically on the state of our transport system and its vital role in rebuilding of economic and creating sustainable jobs and restoring industrial productivity. However, Deputy Chairperson, this reflection cannot be done without acknowledging the harsh reality facing with our people today. The South African transport infrastructure is collapsing under the ANC GNU-led government. Chairperson, what is once a proud, efficient, and strategical rail and port system has been systemically destroyed through the corruption, neglect, and misguided privatization policies. And the collapse of rail infrastructure has forced the bulk of freight to move into our already damaged roads, increase accidents, maintain cost, and delay. South African passenger rail system is supposed to be the backbone of South African public transport. But PRASA today has over the years maintained its track record of neglect, inability to maintain infrastructure, disregard the vital services that they are meant to provide South Africans. And whilst we agree there has been some progress, Deputy Minister, that it's been made to bring back the rail, he wants concern of how infrastructure is deliberately destroyed by the removing security and leaving it for the vandalization that is happening on our rail stations. Our people are getting robbed and injured in the train station. The PRASA failed to invest in security personnel functional infrastructure, and proper commuter safety measures. We know this because this is what happened in 2018, Chairperson. Now the Western Cape High Court ruled in that PRASA is liable for the damage of the commuter of Mrs. Sindisiwe Peshiat Mkhize, who suffered injury and stampede caused by the robberies on his feet on the train in 2018. In 2018, Mrs. Sindisiwe Peshiat Mkhize boarded a PRASA train on the northern line of routine notorious crime, and during the journey between the Stilgeld and Belleville station, the train unexpectedly stopped and triggered the panic amongst the passengers, and the robbers entered and caused the stampede. Mrs. Mkhize, caught in the chaos, suffered a broken ankle and injury that has since impacted mobility and her quality of life. Deputy Chairperson, is concerning to note that this incident was not an isolated event. Many South Africans have in the past reported the similar incidents of crime that is happening when they are going to work, including robberies, assault, and vandalism of the PRASA rail network. In the Northern Line, in a particular, it's known as a hotspot of criminal activities, with the passengers often facing threats with no security measures in place. Mrs. Mkhize case is therefore not unique, but a symptom of PRASA continued failure to provide safely and reliable transportation. And it is brought to the national attention to PRASA neglect and an urgent need to have proper measures and make sure they protect our commuters. This is while corruption at PRASA continue, it condoned by the ANC, which does not seem to care about the well-being of poor South Africans.
Honorable Makasini, can you take your seat, please?
He has taken a walkout, and I don't know whether you've noticed that. They've staged a walkout.
On what rule are you standing?
Oh, have you noticed that the DA has staged a walkout?
Yes, so what? Please take a seat. Continue, Honorable Makasini.
Okay. Chairperson, the collapse of railway infrastructure of this country affects millions of South Africans who rely on the public transportation for their daily commuters. Our ports of Durban, Cape Town, and Gqeberha rank among the worst performing in the world, while ships are waiting days to offload cargo, costing our economy billions of rand and undermining the global competitiveness. This is a crisis not due to the lack of capacity or skills among the South Africans, but rather a deliberate mismanagement, a neoliberal agenda to outsource this function of the private interest. As a result, thousands of workers have lost their jobs, commuters' trains have vanished, and their working class is forced to spend 40% of their income to the issue on the transport. As the EFF, we therefore reject any form of privatization for the strategic transport asset. The rail and port system must remain under full democratic state ownership and the control of rebuilding and expand services of the people, not for the profit. Deputy Chair, we also call the State Infrastructure Recovery Program to restore and modernize all the rail port networks. As the economic freedom fighters, we therefore call for nationalization and the public control. The Transnet and PRASA must be strengthened as a state entities and fully capacitated to drive industrial and transport development. We also call for massive public investment, Chairperson, to direct state investments must focus on rebuilding railway lines and station and signal system, using local material, therefore creating thousands of jobs in manufacturing and construction. We also call for employment and skill development. A national railway skill academy must be established to train our young South African, particularly women, as artisan engineers and technicians in the rail port sectors. to revive expanded rail links to connect the port industrial and minimal zone to ensure the efficient movement of goods and raw material. We also call to restore commuters train services in metros and rural areas to provide safe and affordable, reliable transport for working class. South African cannot speak about economic recovery while its transport artisans are blocked and corruption of the private grid. We cannot talk about the job creation when goods cannot move effectively and workers are forced to travel long distance, unsafe distance to reach their workplace. The Economic Freedom Fighter therefore called for the immediate end of privatization of Transnet and PRASA, the rebuilding of vandalizing rail corridors, and establish the public works program that focus on the rail port maintenance and the main to create sustainable employment. A revitalized transport sector, Deputy Chair, is not just about infrastructure. It is about the economic sovereignty, industrial revival, and social justice. As the Economic Freedom Fighter, we continue to fight for the transport system that is safe and efficient and accessible to all, free from crime and mismanagement. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, we stand firm with our revolutionary commitment to revitalize our rail, to rebuild our ports, to reclaim the state, and put our people first, and they must work. Thank you, Chair, very much. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makasini. We now move on to the next honorable member to contribute to this debate, and that's the Honorable MEC for Transport and Human Settlements from the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Duma, who is on the virtual platform, who has 10 minutes. Honorable Duma.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for affording us this opportunity. Let me greet you, your good self. Revolutionary, I think we must just highlight what has been articulated already by Honorable Kaunda, in particular, highlighting the role of the economic outlook in this concept. Let me greet the DM who's in our midst and also congratulate the Minister Barbara Chris, for achieving what is referred as the clean audit in this lifetime, which is a critical pinnacle for us. Amongst other things in this month, Honorable Chair, we just have to highlight that a reliable friend of South Africa, our leader, Mozambican President, Comrade Samora Machel, was killed in a plane crash in South Africa. Number two, our leader, Walter Sisulu, and other political activists were released in October after spending 25 years in this day. As already highlighted by Honorable Kaunda, again, President Ouattara was born in October, which has remained a critical matter. For instance, I've heard clearly articulated by both members of the DA, Honorable Chair, Honorable Basin Horse, and Honorable Scarecrow. And unfortunately, both of them are articulating organically what is supposed to be reflected as the open market. Both members are saying and are conceptualizing this process using what we refer as the common sense. They are not scientific in their approach in different way. And I'm sure by now we're aware that the issue of addressing scientific manners using common sense, which is the lowest form of thinking, is not correct. When you talk about the issue of rail infrastructure and the port in Africa, in South Africa in context, I think we must be particular and historical that the Act of 1977 was almost as the result of what has been defined in the country called South Africa by what was termed as the Act of Separation of Amenities Act, mostly common to Reservation of Separate Amenities of 1953. So it is incorrect at this point in time to blame everything in the new dispensation, the dispensation of President Madiba up to these days. We just have to highlight some fundamental pillars of why the issue of this is going to boost our infrastructure. Number one, as you might know, the challenges of the past. The rail was developed historical just to accommodate economy and also certain class in our contextual processes, because blacks at some point in time were not given a proper opportunities to utilize this as commuters on a day-to-day basis. It was inhibiting factor for them. And at this point in time, the 60.4 million population relies upon the strength of this. If I can just be practical on the context of KwaZulu-Natal, we've got two major ports, eThekwini Port and Richards Bay Port, which has been revitalized. A lot of have been invested, starting from Port N2 and the N3. In fact, you just have to thank the minister for ensuring that almost 15 billion have been spent in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, starting with the issue of roads, which is a clear indication that they do want to conceptualize the process of economic transfer to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is a pillar in exporting goods to Africa at large. But DM, it is critical at this point in time that as long as you don't have this encapsulated in the master plan, it is not going to happen. As long as this process is not yet budgeted for, the province of KwaZulu-Natal is going to suffer vehemently, as you might know, because the rail route, once it is going to be developed in the process, there is a route coming from Botswana, Hlobane, Ulundi, that is going to be taking coal and all other locomotives to Richards Bay, which is the CATPZ in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So in that process, the coal that you find on a day-to-day basis in the province, it means that road is going to be destroyed. So it is why we are currently saying that the issue of rail must be revitalized. The rail must be routed correctly, and the investment wing of PRASA, as you've already highlighted, we just have to prioritize those processes. So we just have to be clear when it comes to that. We're addressing this house with a clear understanding that all material times we must eradicate the legacies of the Group Areas Act and the Influx of Control Act, which influenced transport engineering, the movement of our great-grandfathers, was controlled through this legislation. And I'm sure it is clear that we can't just leave this behind if we just have to deal these legacies. More than 13 billion has been invested as of building on previous administration. We are constructing new roads and bridges, as I've already highlighted. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we are maintaining more than 34,000 kilometers of road networks in all corners of the province. We want ordinary members of society not to be isolated as others feel on the open market. And I had both members talking of the issue of monopolies, yet it is the DA police in terms of character and by design, they do promote what is called the class processes of monopolies, because it is them that talks of maximizing of the process. It is this ANC government that is always at material time ensure that we embrace the spirit of understanding the diversity in our context and ensuring that we also address the imbalance of the past, as I've already highlighted. These are the fruits of 30 years of our democracies pioneered by President Nelson Madiba. There is an integrated approach involving all spheres of government in developing the aviation industry in the form of airports in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is, amongst other things, the theme is talking about. We're investing in strengthening rail networks, including the maritime sector or the oceans economy as a whole, and which is what is going to boost the economy in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, amongst other principles. We have catalytic projects aimed at ensuring the integration of communities using different transport modes. Ordinary members of society must participate in the economy and their lives must be improved through the transport networks, which we agree with what has been outlined by the DM at the same time. Honorable members, broadly speaking, we have welcomed the fact that the Minister, Barbara Chris, announced the completion of adjudication process to select new train operating companies, what is also termed as TOCs, by Transit Rail Infrastructure Manager, Mashasha. If you can just fast track that process, the province of KwaZulu-Natal is going to be benefiting out of that process. We have also publicly stated that for us, KwaZulu-Natal, we are looking forward to the movement of cargo from road to rail. The 6 new entrants who will be accommodated in the North Corridor will be responsible for 15 routes for the transportation of coal and chrome. And it's something that is currently anchoring and boosting the economy as well in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We were informed by Minister that the train operating companies will carry on additional 20 million tons of freight per annum from the 26-27 financial year. Another music on our ears, but it must be implemented to the DFT. In our work as a department, we recognize the important role the rail transport, both freight and passenger, should play in the province development, as well as the critical need to facilitate greater mobility and access for all the people of our province. I would want at some point in time, in particular DM, because we are here, if you can either dispel the mythology that there were trains that were procured but are not utilized at this point in time. I would want the portfolio of evidence, because currently at Umlas in particular, the rails that are currently in that road from Prasa are the type of those rails, the trains that we've spoken about. In Gauteng in particular, it's the same. Even in Western Cape. So at some point in time, we just have to have this tangible effect. And unfortunately, just like Honorable Kaunda has also mentioned, Helen Zille herself, in her reign, there are billions tenders that started as a millions and it reflected up to billions. But the media is not well interested and well vested in following the trail of that man. Remember the company that was given a tender in Western Cape Province in building the collapse infrastructure. Up until today, no one is following that process. So we must establish those terms and just ensure that we maintain those processes so that the law becomes law and the justice system is transparent and is able to judge upon every member. The fact that over 75% of the economy is generated through Durban and Pietermaritzburg and Richards Bay is testimony to the critical role of the transport and logistics sector. This is the reason why we are paying particular attention to issues of harbors, road, rail, and air transport, since their efficiency constitute our competitive edge as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We are currently exploring the possibility of establishing a rail steering committee for the province for the alignment of transport planning, transport integration, and the joint development implementation of rail projects. We're also focusing on future rail development in KZN, especially long-distance rail between Durban and northern KwaZulu-Natal, which is also going to assist us. If that can be encapsulated amongst other pinnacles at the higher echelons, we are just going to benefit out of that process. The role, strategies, and plans for passenger rail in the province of KwaZulu-Natal should support the improvement of reliability, quality, and safety of rail services as mode of choice for working class commuters, and to provide an alternative to the private motor vehicle and expensive private public transport. We want it to be transformed into backbone.
Thank you, MEC. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your contribution. Good afternoon, honourable members. If I can ask the table staff just to ensure that the settings on the time are changed so that it doesn't make a noise. There's a setting to put it on silent. Thank you very much indeed. Honourable delegates, the next opportunity at the podium is given to the Honourable Breert from the Freedom Front Plus in the Free State.
Thank you, House Chair. Elijah Cummings said, "Our transportation decisions determine much more than where roads or bridges or tunnels or railway lines will be built. They determine the connections and barriers that people will encounter in their daily lives, and thus how hard or easy it will be for people to get where they need and want to go." In hierdie vervoermaand en in die debat is die tema spesifiek gefokus op ons spoorweë en hawens en hoe die verbetering hiervan ons ekonomie kan laat groei, maar ook werksgeleenthede kan skep. In 'n tyd voor ooglopende korrupsie en staatveroorsaakte onbevoegdheid het Suid-Afrika met die titel as een van die mees effektiewe en wydverspreide spoorwegnetwerke in Afrika gespog. Daar was omtrent 21,000 kilometer van spoorweë wat Suid-Afrika met die res van Afrika verbind het tot die jaloesie van vele. Maar na 'n paar dekades van totale verkeerde bestuur is ons vervoerinfrastruktuur heeltemal van spoor af. Excuse the pun. In 2023, over 1,121 kilometers of cable theft was reported by Transnet. This colossal increase has exponentially increased the cost of repairs and dealt a devastating blow to rail services. it is estimated that an annual loss of 45 billion rand is due to copper theft. Transnet Freight Rail reported in 2021 that their security costs had nearly doubled over the past 5 years due to the rise of vandalism, theft, infrastructure mafia, and then rising to the sum of 1.5 billion rand annually. In August of that same year, that's now 2021, 152 incidents of cable theft were reported in just 2 weeks, resulting in 40 kilometers of cable being stolen, making trains inaccessible. Not only does stolen infrastructure cost millions to replace, but it makes transport across our country significantly more dangerous. Between 2023 to 2024, the Railway Safety Regulator's State of Safety report documented over 7,420 incidents relating to security and well over 2,490 operational incidents, which included signal failures and derailments. And it's not just the goods that are not reaching their intended destinations, but citizens as well. From tracks to coffins, badly maintained infrastructure only delivers needless suffering. Over 85 deaths and 181 injuries were recorded in the exact same 23-24 financial year. In the findings detailed by the Rail Safety Report, people were 64 out of 85 and then 64 out of the 181 were hit by trains, highlighting that either signals do not work or fencing is improper. As frustrated as South Africans are with years of failure and negligence, there finally seems to be some light at the end of the tunnel. By inviting the private sector to participate in South Africa's railway and port sector, the tracks to a better future are finally starting to be laid. Minister Creasy's push to open our state-run institutions to private competitive sectors is a push towards innovation, reform, and revival. Privatizations is the engine that will revive this steam train of South Africa's economy. Performance-driven and competitive private freight operations will lead to fewer train cancellations, better scheduling, and faster turnaround times. It will mean that job creation can operate at full speed within the railway sector. This will lead to the need for new technicians, train drivers, engineers, and station staff, and possibly also to secondary employment, because we will, of course, need fuel supply chains, maintenance workshops, and expert logistics to continue the drive towards job creation and our industry. Major ports will finally begin to run at full capacity, and South Africa's credibility as a global supplier will actually have a fighting chance at restoration due to exporters' regained ability to meet global deadlines. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brett. Honourable members, the next speaker will be the Honourable Peter from the United Democratic Movement. Honourable Peter, 5 minutes.
Sihlalo wendlu manikhahlele kuwe hlala ngaphambili ohloniphekile nakuzo ingqanga sezithwalandwe zezwekazi loMzantsi Afrika ndibhotise kwingwele tshetshe zawo lomzi owusomthetho lwamaphondo nakubemi boMzantsi Afrika uphela nakuzo iziswenye neziswenyekazi zomzabalazo ndiboleke indlebe ndithethe ngolwimi lwasemzini. As we mark Transport Month, the UDM extends its heartfelt condolences to the families of those who lost their lives in the recent tragic crashes in Limpopo and Opongolo. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect the deep and ongoing crisis in our country's transport and logistics systems. Every week, South Africans die on our roads, while government officials issue statements of sympathy instead of acting decisively to prevent further loss of life. Phaya kuCentane abantu bawa nebhasi kwasoleka 25 yamaxhekwazi nabantwana besiya endodleni. Loo ndlela isamena namhlanje silibele kulwa ne-DA kodwa sibalungiselela abantu bethu. South Africa roads have become killing fields. Coffee Bay, indlela inemingxuma ihambeki, i-investment hub leya kuno-investwa kuyo ngoba iselwandle isame ngola hlobo nangoku loo ndlela. Sisabathembisa abantu since 2020 up to now. Ingozi yebhasi eyenzekayo abantu abayi-60 to 62 basezingqolekana namhlanje. Silibele kulwa ne-DA, ibi-DA balungiselela abantu bayo. They want accountability and actions. Our people are tired of condolences. Badiniwe abantu zezingxengxezo zokumane bephiliswa. The higher number of accidents involving heavy trucks is a national disgrace. The accidents are not just caused by careless drivers, but also by a collapsed freight logistics system that has been left to decay through poor governance, corruption, and lack of maintenance. Our last past decade, Transnet freight rail volumes have collapsed by as much as 80% since 2010. As a result, ukonzakaliswa kwendlela maintainwa minister ziba ingxaki yabantu belilizwe. Onke amaphandle asinazi transport. I-transport zikho zingxolekile zingxolekwa izindlela. Masiyekeni ke ukunyolanyolana ne-DA zibe indawo zethu singakwazi ukuzenza kwathina. Over the past decade, Transnet rail volumes have also collapsed. Transnet uyawa. Noba ungamnqandaphi uyawa xa uTransnet. Abantu kwaTransnet baretrenchwa oko baretrenchwa. Uzawuretrenchwa abanye ngoku. Because umnotho siubambe ezandleni sithi ngowe-DA kodwa ulapha kuthi. Unguminister but awenzi indlela phaa eMthatha. I-province azenzi indlela. Uzogxeka i-DA eKapa. According to the recent figure, truck-related accident claimed the lives of 2,926 people between 2028 and 2022. The KwaZulu-Natal province recorded by higher number of fatal crashes involving trucks, while Northern Cape recorded the lowest. South Africa transport system has been mismanaged. The National Freight Logistics Roadmap approved by Cabinet in December 2023 was meant to reverse this decline. Ngoko ke, CTC UDM, sihlaba ikhwelo kwi-Transport Department, ilungisa imicimbi yelizwe, ilizwe liyakolapsa, thina silibele ukugxekana, enkosi sihlalo wendlu.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Honourable members, the next contributor to today's debate will be the Honourable Adriansa from the Democratic Alliance in the Northwest Province. 8 minutes is your time allocation, Honourable Adriansa.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable members, fellow South Africans, good day. When the Titanic set sail, it was called unsinkable. But it wasn't the iceberg that doomed her. It was complacency, poor navigation, and a refusal to change course. South Africa's ports face a similar fate. Magnificent in potential, but rudderless in execution. Ports are not just gateways, they are arteries of trade, carrying the lifeblood of our economy. Globally, over 80% of trade moves by sea. In South Africa, more than 60% of the GDP depends on maritime logistics. When ports fail, the economy doesn't just slow, it suffocates. Mines can't move minerals, factories miss production deadlines, retailers face stock shortages, and farms lose exports. One Western Cape farmer from the Klawer region lost 12 million in spoiled produce, not due to drought or disease, but due to dysfunction. The World Bank's Container Port Performance Index ranks Durban 403 out of 403 global ports, dead last. Kruger is second last. Cape Town ranks 400 and Port Elizabeth 395. Four of our busiest ports, once the pride of Africa, are now global embarrassments. Ships wait up to 2 weeks to dock, while in Singapore, Rotterdam, turnaround takes less than a day. Every delay costs billions in charges required as compensation for the delay of a ship or a freight car, drives up consumer prices and erodes investor confidence. The World Bank identifies the root causes as weak governance, limited automation, and poor hinterland connections. In short, South Africa's story in one sentence. Every idle ship means lost revenue, lost jobs, lost dignity. Yet, optimization and optimizing port operations could create 20,000 jobs, add 6 billion in exports, and generate 1.6 billion in tax revenue. But that potential is trapped beneath red tape, bureaucracy, and central control. At the heart of this disaster lies Transnet, a monopoly so bloated and mismanaged it has become an iceberg itself. It reported a 1.9 billion loss for the financial year ending March 2025. Ironically, a massive improvement. The cost to the country is devastating. True Cape reported on 13 August 2025 that Cape Town port inefficiencies caused 1 billion in fruit export losses in 2024 alone. Again, money not lost to drought or disease, but to dysfunction. And now, today, at 1:10, a Northwest farmer is still waiting for his fertilizer. Why? A bribe must be paid in cash of 1,500 rand to have his fertilizer released from the Durban harbour. This is not trade facilitation, it's extortion. We say this is enough. It's time to devolve control of ports to where competence exists. Devolution is not division, it's empowerment. It means accountability, local innovation, and local results. Public-private partnerships must anchor reform. Durban's Pier 2, our main container terminal, remains crippled by congestion. We thought there was hope. Last year, Transnet awarded the 25-year operating license to the Filipino operator ICTSI, promising private investment in infrastructure and efficiency. But oops, it's now mired by legal battles. We need a PPP framework that is transparent, competitive, and performance-based. Around the world, triple Ps have turned failing ports into global leaders. It can happen here too. If government steps back and let competence steer and not politics. We must modernize. The world's best ports are going green and digital. Hydrogen-powered fleets, automated cranes, paperless customs. Rotterdam, Europe's largest port, runs on wind and solar, offers shore power to vessels, and has built hydrogen bunkering infrastructure. Its smart port partnership drives innovation, sustainability, and growth. South Africa can absolutely do the same. It's not a dream, it's a future that works and creates jobs. We cannot rebuild our economy as long as our ships are stuck outside our ports and inside our ports. We must devolve control, expand public-private partnerships, and restore competence and accountability. Otherwise, our ports will be the Titanic of our economy, magnificent in design, but doomed by arrogance, neglect, and political interference. Remember, when our ports thrive, our economy sails. When our ports fail, our people sink with them. Let us take the helm and steer South Africa back to safe and thriving economic waters. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adriansa. Honourable members, we go from the northwest to Gauteng, which is interestingly one of the only landlocked ports. It's defined as a port. Johannesburg is defined as a port, interestingly enough, but it's landlocked. Representing Gauteng and Umkhonto weSizwe is the Honourable Nzimande.
No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. Maybe we should register this. That asukuzwa ngalaba only bekhanyilanga. Ukuthi bazosuke bephume nje ngesikhathi sokuthi baphothe debate. Asubancenga, akho barrier ncengo la. It is said it's a transport month, yet on ourselves and the citizenry, we believe it's a transport crisis. Transport system was designed to serve primary colonialism and capitalism, not in the interest of the African people. Furthermore, DA, AfriForum, and Freedom Front Plus ancestors had further used transport as key instrument of the apartheid policy, social control, and special segregation, which we don't believe the current setup of a GNU will be able to resolve it. In particular, buses are often late, the trains are mess, the roads are collapsing, and the people are walking not by choice, but because they have been abandoned. It's no more about time to continue relying on propaganda as a means of public relations, while the system is bleeding with corruption and incompetence. Baba, Deputy Minister, siyacela ayekwe lento yokuthi amatekisi lokhu imphandwa abasebenzi bese bayaxoshwa emsebenzini bafike late ngoba befika late kulonyaka nje 18,000 yamatekisi ayimpoundiwe ku displace abantu bakithi ku business abanye bayi-weaponize manje njengalaba bala ekule province i-DA sasiya ku-oversight bazama ukuthi bathathe iy'moto ngoba becabanga ukuthi kuzoba ne-black on violence and bashweba. The GNU speaks of smart mobility corridors while rural communities still walk barefoot on broken gravel. The only smartness here is how tenders are structured to benefit the few. The Auditor General reports are a mirror of failure, weak contract management, irregular expenditure, and no consequence management. The department has failed to meet its rail recovery target, whilst children in Mpumalanga still hang off big buggies to get to school. PRASA has become a monument for looting, vandalized, unfunded, and mismanagement. The entity is reported having lost over 80% of its revenue in the past few years, owing to cable theft and vandalism. Yet the same officials are rewarded and remain in charge despite their failures to protect these precious materials. Same contracts are renewed and same excuses are repeated. Crest Capital Program on behalf of PRASA, including National Station, Improvement Station, mobilization, commercial and development, workplace improvement and energy management, is initiated to clarify the scars left by the apartheid policies, social control and spatial segregation, amongst others. Lanje eduze ingane zihlaliswa kwenye indawo edula ngendlela exakile. UPrasa bese bethi bayaclaima laba bethi kuhamba kahle kanjani ngoba kuhlala ingane ezidle zihamba nabhonda. We can't illolate when the large parts of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and Limpopo are not linked by rails and they have a poor road network, which exacerbates spatial inequalities and economic marginalization. Sithi namhlanje, njoba kunohlelo lokususa abantu eFilipi, abasususwa bedisplayswe babekwe kude nala kune-economic opportunities. Sifuna beye khona la kugcwele khona amabhunu ukuze kuzokwenzeka ukuthi siyidismantle la lento lokuthi bayitshela ukuthi baphethe kuleso. The past 5 decades witnessed a state-led global revival of railway, yet contrary to the global trends, South Africa rail system decline as a backbone of the transport system. As we speak, North Gauteng province rail stations are reduced from 59 to 53, whereas in south of that province, with high population density, is experiencing -8 rail stations from 158. Against environmental factors, including population growth, high unemployment, poverty, and high transport costs. Studies have revealed that our people spend above 60% of their income on transport. Manufacturing plant at Danota, for example, and like in some part of the country, produced 95 new train sets and delivered them to PRASA, but only 68 train sets have been deployed on the network, while the remainder awaits finalization of infrastructure upgrade underline. Producing trains and failing to deploy them on the network proves the misalignment, poor planning. In this regard, the conduct of this GNU is like setting a date for a wedding, but you have no bride or groom. Yet, or it's like procuring a flight, but with no airport to operate. GNU is pursuing a regressive policy which includes the privatization of key transport assets, with freight rail and port system under transit being the primary target for the primary benefit of the white capitalists and foreign investors. Private sector participation models are driven by the interests of the private sector rather than the objective and the long-term development needs of the country. Transit, once the backbone of the industrial logistics, now drags the economy backward. It collapsed. Has cost South Africa over 400 billion in GDP losses. Ports have become parking lots for ships, while goods rot and export bleed. Freight rail now carries less than 12% of the national goods. The rest locking highway already riddled with potholes. We are told that the restructuring is underway, but only things that is being restructured is nothing but it's a corruption of this GNU and led by DA. ANC is bending backwards, unfortunately, on the call by the descendant of apartheid, the DA Freedom Front Plus and Alpha Forum, for the devolution of commuter rail function to the metros in the local sphere of government, and ultimately the concession of key commuters and freight rail corridors to private capital. Accompanying such calls has been the new liberal advocacy of the use of direct tariffs charges as primary source of funding rail and road infrastructure. Over 70% of metro rail capacity was systematically destroyed in previous years deliberately to ensure that they lay a fertile ground for a private capital to play a high role. Transit capacity was destroyed too in the past years for making worse the imbalances, the balance between rail and road transport and creating huge damage on South African road network. in key economic corridors. Not that the state had no capacity to protect all this, but it was well calculated to lay fertile ground like we have indicated. There has been a steady decrease in funding allocation in real value, specifically infrastructure, which is reflective of the general neoliberal defunding of critical developmental infrastructure. There are no aggressive infrastructure investment strategies that can be shown from the department plans. Despite that, over 80% of all trades are seaborne. The country shall not be able to achieve higher seaborne trade for our economy to grow. In closing, it is worth mentioning that meanwhile, the rural poor remain invisible. Roads in KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and Eastern Cape are dead traps. The road maintenance backlog has ballooned beyond 197 billion, and the department itself admits to 25% increase in potholes between 2024 and 2025. This has adverse effect on the effectiveness of the whole transport system, with a constant adverse effect on the economy.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. Your time has expired. Honorable members, we revert now to the virtual platform, and the next contribution will come from the Honorable Madupe from the African National Congress. 15 minutes, Honorable Madupe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, in the past, we spoke about restoration and investment in rail infrastructure. And today I can stand before the House to speak about revitalization and modernization of both commuter rail and freight rail. This is as a result of the progress made by the African National Congress government commencing in the 6th Parliament in addressing the challenges facing the rail network. Rail is a key driver of economic growth and it's a key input in the integrated economic activity. Rail connect manufacturing and production in different parts of the country with the markets. This becomes more important in the context of market concentration in the country where mining and agriculture is concentrated in the inland provinces and require rail to reach markets in different parts of the country and the coast for the export. Freight rail enables transporting raw material over long distance, such as the paperwood, grain, chemicals, metallic product, etc., and moving passengers and freight. It is our contention as the African National Congress, Honorable Chairperson, like electricity and water. Transport is also a key driver of inclusive economic growth and development, as well as job creation. The transport sector makes a major direct and indirect contribution to the economy. The sector currently makes an important contribution of 9.3 to GDP and employs directly and indirectly nearly 500,000 people. In 2020, the South African transport, storage and communication sector contributed with an added value of approximately 231.9 million rand. This is no small economic contribution. The restoration and revitalization and modernization will further grow the contribution of rail in the GDP and will enable further job creation through rail infrastructure development to occur. Honorable Chairperson, opening of the commuter rail corridor also benefit Transnet Freight Rail as we have a single integrated rail network. This will enable the development of local manufacturing sectors through the DDM model and enable the movement of goods to market by rather than road. The opening of rail corridor means that PRASA has resumed rail services in those corridors and frequency of service will increase through increasing the train sets on the network. This can benefit Transnet Freight Rail as it will provide it with infrastructure to move freight and goods through local railway stations. Honorable Chairperson, Transnet Freight Rail has faced a number of challenges which commenced during the restructuring of Transnet since 1994. This ensured that from an integrated freight business through the usage of metro rail stations and autopex trucks, the road freight was privatized, which meant that Transnet Freight Rail lost its freight picking up and delivery point for freight. Moreover, its busiest corridor was the container corridor declined due to the lack of locomotives. Transnet Freight Rails has experienced a number of problems with shortage of locomotives and wagons, leading to the decreased operational capacity. This has led to decline in its own business, which was container corridor. Moreover, the lack of investment in locomotives and rail car reduced efficiency of both freight rails and commuter rail. The decline in operational efficiency in terms of suboptimal maintenance execution and declining operation performance contribute to overall issues hindering efficiency and service delivery. Deteriorating rail infrastructure has also led to a decline of freight volume transported by rail. Honorable Chairperson, Transnet Freight Rail in the past financial year was only able to move 172 million tons of freight, which was 5% lower than the previous financial year, and much lower than 280 million tons in 2017. This has further declined as the Transnet Freight Rail is aiming to increase its transported freight volume from approximately 151.7 million tons in last financial year, between 160 and 165 million tons in the year to March 2025, with future target of 250 million tons per annum by 2029. Moreover, there has been a significant decline in the transport of grain by rail. This is largely a result of the fact that it is more profitable to transport goods and freight by road. Investment in rail should lower the cost of commuter transport and freight as they lower the loss of doing business in the country and encourage investment. However, this is not currently the case as regulated rail tariffs do not create economic efficiency where freight rails is cheaper than moving goods and freight by road, and business make a higher margin through transporting goods and freight by road. The current regulation system in terms of rail tariffs ensure that the road transport is more profitable and therefore encourage the usage of road transport for the movement of goods and freight. Currently, the minerals are being transported from Northern Cape by trucks to the port in Richards Bay and Durban for export. This does not give industry economies of scales in logistics for movement of minerals and occur as there's no viable alternative. This has also come as a cost to the road infrastructure. Transnet Rail should not price itself outside the freight and goods transport market. The decline in revenue of transport has led to entity depending on the regulatory authority rather than the market for higher margin to make up its own revenue requirement. The current regulatory system ensures through its formulation that Transnet Freight Rail can obtain its shortfall in revenue through regulated margins rather than increasing revenue in the market through optimization of transport freight rail business. This must be reviewed to ensure the cheapest input cost to the economy in terms of the rail logistics, as it cannot be that mode of transport that provides greater economies of scale and is more expensive than the mode which provides the least economic of scale. Internationally, some 40% of goods and freight is moved by rail, and South Africa, through the revitalization and modernization of railway system, needs to achieve that target. Honorable Chairperson, the recovery of Transnet Freight Rail require more than the revitalization and modernization of rail infrastructure and asset. Transnet Freight Rail require ensuring that it has train sets required, and it means more locomotives to ensure an efficient freight services. However, the process of refurbishing old locomotives has commenced, which will improve the service to ensure that mineral and agricultural products, as well as manufacturing or processed goods, are able to reach the ports for export. Moreover, through the white paper of rail government, it is developing a new rail policy which will legislate based on optimizing the usage of rail infrastructure, which has been restored and still in process of being developed. This will operate being selected for a period of 10 years, and it will also allow for the optimization of asset as it is not privatization. This will enable higher usage of rail for transport of minerals, to ports for export. The lack of freight rail over the recent period has meant that mining industry is unable to capitalize on mining boom, which deprives the country of revenue. This now being addressed through the new rails policy. Opening of commuter rail corridor also benefit the Transnet freight rail as it have a single integrated rail network. This will enable the development of local manufacturing sector through DDM and enable the movement of goods to market by rail. All cities and provinces are linked and revitalized, and modernization of the railway system means that rail as a mode of transport can become the key driver for ensuring the success of district development model. In the past, rail kept country in transport neutral position, which means that it enabled the development of manufacturing in different parts of the country to be able to cost effectively transport manufactured and processed goods to market or for the export. This requires serious planning to ensure that rail revitalizes economy and ensure job creation. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, the opening of commuter rail corridor also benefit Transnet rail. It has this enabled the development of local manufacturing sector. Heightened rail operation, both commuter rail and freight rail must be coupled with rail safety. South Africa has a rail safety record second to none, and South Africa's safety record is certainly the envy of many countries. However, it is imperative that we keep abreast with the best international rail safety standard. The Rail Safety Bill is being processed by National Assembly, and it will be processed by the NCOP. This now enables community to voice their concern with the rail safety regulator on concern related to rail safety. Community participation is critical for the success of this rail safety, especially those communities residing near the railway level crossing, to ensure that they are functional and avoid fatalities. Again, communication by the rail safety regulator to communities is important to enable participation in the process of this rail safety regulator. Currently, the rail signaling system is not fully automated, and there's still manual signaling occurring. Signaling is a critical part of efficient rail system, which is integrated for the transporting of commuters and freights. The revitalization and modernization of the railway means replacement of obsolete signaling and development of new signals at the cost of 13.5 billion, which is greatly improved safety and make rail transport efficient. It will also facilitate long distance passenger rail. The revitalization and modernization program has also enabled job creation as it is part of infrastructure development of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. This signaling program translates into 762 jobs with another 150 for engineering and artisans. Gauteng Nerve Center in Kalfontein will act as the signaling control hub of PRASA passengers rail network in Gauteng. We have certainly made strides in restoring rail infrastructure and improve commuters' rail services. It is the time we improve the infrastructure, train sets, and address economic efficiency in the Transnet freight rail, so it aligns with the development of the ports and the country to ensure its contribution to inclusive economic development and growth. Simultaneously improving freight logistics contribution to job creation and economic growth. Rail is a key driver of economy in all provinces, not just provinces whose economic activities are based on mining, but as well as agriculture. Provinces that are economies are relying on agriculture. PRASA and Transnet rails need to increase the revenue base and cannot solely depend on government grant funding. Any funding must have a coherent business case, which also includes becoming financially viable and profitably to fund further infrastructure development and project. Now we can begin to future development. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madupe. Back in the chamber, honourable members, we now have the Honourable Seleku, who is the Western Cape Provincial Minister for Mobility. Honourable Seleku, welcome back to the chamber. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's nice to be home. This is where everything started, and I'm glad to see colleagues. House Chairperson DM Tlengwa, MECs online, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. House Chairperson, South Africa cannot grow without a proper logistics and freight system. When our trains don't run, when our ports are gridlocked, and when our roads crumble under the weight of freight, that should be on rail. Our economy grinds to a halt, and that, House Chairperson, is exactly what is happening today. Our rail and port infrastructure, once the pride of the African continent, has become the greatest handbrake on South Africa's economic recovery. Honorable members, it is no exaggeration to say that our logistics system is indeed in crisis. Freight volumes on rail have plummeted. Critical export corridors are collapsing or have collapsed. The continuous downgrading of Transnet by credible international agencies and the performance of our ports is well documented and is a grave concern. This is not the legacy of one bad year. It is the result of years of centralized control, weak accountability, and political interference. While the world moves towards smart logistics and digitized ports, South Africa's ships are queuing for days. Exporters are losing markets and jobs are vanishing. House Chairperson, it is time we say this plainly. Let us call it for what it is. Our national logistics model is indeed broken, and it is costing South Africans jobs. Therefore, while this Transport Month, which we in the Western Cape have rebranded to Mobility Month, we need to ask ourselves one question, and one question only. Does South Africa, or rather, should I ask, do South Africans deserve this broken system? The simple answer is a resounding no. No, South Africans do not deserve a broken logistics. They deserve a better and should have better. For me, this debate is not about calling anyone out or throwing anyone under the bus, DM. It is about fixing a system that has been riddled with challenges for decades. Decades, House Chair. As an example, in 2024, fruit exporters lost shipping slots. Logistics firms incurred unplanned costs, and communities lost wages. These are real impacts felt in the wallets of ordinary families. And while we welcome the strides made to improve the efficiency at the Port of Cape Town, more is needed, DM, to ensure the port becomes competitive. Currently, we are being surpassed by other ports in neighboring countries. We are slowly losing our market share, and lost market share is difficult to get back, DM. When the challenges at the Port of Cape Town were at the boiling point, the Western Cape government stepped in to assist. We dug deep into our already strained budgets and put money into the port management unit to improve the congestion challenges at the Port of Cape Town. We coordinated daily operations meetings, improved the truck scheduling, facilitated off-dock container storage, and kept our agricultural export moving because failure was not an option for us as the Western Cape government. Port management may not be our core function, DM. However, we have internal capability and expertise. That is why in September 2025, we launched the Overberg Freight Rail business case, a pilot to reconnect our vital agricultural corridor through Caledon and Overberg. These initiatives aim to take heavy trucks off the N2, lowering transport costs for producers, and reviving unused rail lines for freight. The business case tests operational models, tonnage viability, and potential jobs. This is the Western Cape's first step towards a commercially viable region freight rail system and is a model we can replicate across other corridors. This specific corridor was chosen based on the evidence from the Western Cape Freight Demand Model. The Western Cape Freight Demand Model is a complete set of origin and destination freight movements per commodity and per transport mode, rail, road, and pipeline, for freight moving from and within the Western Cape. So it gives us an idea which commodities are moved on which mode of transport. In the Western Cape, our decisions are data-driven, and hence the hefty investment on such tools. House Chairperson, the Western Cape Freight Demand Model shows that over 80% of all freight still moves by road. This is costly and unsustainable as it increases logistics costs and carbon emissions. By quantifying what goods move where and at what volume, the model tells us which corridors can support rail economically and where a modal shift will have the greatest impact, DM. Simply put, if we can move enough volume on the right routes, we make rail viable, cheaper per ton per kilo, cleaner, and more reliable. This is why I am excited about the development around the Belcom Inland Terminal. It is one of the most underappreciated assets in the province. Private operators are now expanding facilities and warehousing in this area, positioning Belcon as a key logistic hub. By fully activating Belcon and other inland nodes, DM, we can cut truck congestion, improve turnaround times, and reduce costs for exporters. I must commend Transnet for enabling this investment. With that said, we will continue to push for devolution. Let's be honest, centralization has failed. It's now time for devolution. Provinces and metros are treated like spectators instead of partners in port management. And yet, when things fall apart, when trains stop running or container piles up, it is provincial economies that suffers. The Western Cape has the capacity, skills, and partnership to manage key aspects of logistics infrastructure more effectively. We are not asking for handouts, DM. We are asking for devolution of powers. Try us and you won't be so disappointed. I reiterate, try us and you won't be disappointed. The cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of investment. Every vessel that bypasses our ports, every truck that could have been a train load is money and opportunity lost. House Chairperson, it is time to move from control to collaboration, from monopoly to partnership, from bureaucracy to accountability. In the Western Cape, we are aligning logistics and mobility planning precisely for this reason. House Chairperson, national reform initiatives like Operation Vulindlela are a step in the right direction. Opening rail access to private operators and improving port governance, but I must be honest, progress has been very, very slow. So DM, I stand before you as my colleague. South Africa does not have another decade to wait for implementation, DM. House Chairperson, growth will not come from another policy conference. It will come from delivery, competition, and accountability. Revitalizing rail and port is not a technical exercise. It is a moral and economic imperative. When we move goods faster, we create jobs sooner. When we restore rail corridors, we restore the dignity to forgotten towns. And when we make our ports efficient, we make South Africa competitive again. The revitalization of rail and ports is not just about efficiency. It's about jobs, dignity, and hope. When trains run, farmers in Sirius and producers in Atlantis can reach international markets on time. When our ports flow, factories expand, small businesses grow, and tourism thrives. Every kilometer rehabilitated railway means work for welders, engineers, and drivers. Every container that leaves the port of Cape Town represents families who can put food on their tables. So as we mark Mobility Month, as we call it in the Western Cape, let this not be symbolic, but strategic. Let this be the moment where talk turns into tangible progress. Because South Africans don't deserve a broken system. They deserve a country that moves with purpose, pride, and partnerships. I thank you, dear.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sileko. Honourable members, we remain in the Western Cape, and it's now the turn of the Honourable Farmer from the Patriotic Alliance.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God who rules heaven and earth.
Amen.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please don't be bothered by what is today referred to as heckling coming from this corner. Maybe one day the DA will explain to the people why they only heckle at black ministers and not white ones. Today I speak for the Patriotic Alliance about one of the single biggest levers we have to revive our economy and create real jobs. Getting our railways and ports working properly, reliably, and honestly. A functioning freight rail and port system is not a luxury. It is the backbone of industry, agriculture, and trade. When rail grinds to a halt and ports clog, factories stop, farmers cannot get produce to markets, exports stall, input costs rise, and jobs are lost. Over the last decade, our logistics backbone has weakened by neglect, mismanagement, and corruption, and our people have paid the price. We must fix it, and we must fix it now. The problem is plain and urgent. Transnet freight volumes have recovered from their low point, but still fall short of target, and major maintenance, equipment, and governance deficits remain. Freight rail shortages, locomotive downtime, and vandalism have reduced capacity and reliability. And those failures ripple through the whole economy. The Patriotic Alliance will not accept vague plans or slow-burn programs. We need concrete targets and timelines so South Africans can judge progress. Ports must move from bottleneck to engine. Over recent years, our container terminals' performance put South Africa at the back of global indexes. An unacceptable position for a trading nation. While there are encouraging operational gains at some terminals, the reality is that we still lag world benchmarks, and we cannot rest until every major port is operating efficiently and predictably. Efficient ports mean export growth, secure imports, cheaper goods, and more jobs in logistics, manufacturing, and services. So what must government do? And the PA insist. A clear audited recovery plan with binding performance metrics. Any investment, public or private, must be tied to deliverables, train availability, tons moved, berthing turnaround times, crane availability, and container dwell times. Quarterly public reports must show these KPIs in plain language. No more hidden spreadsheets. The nation must see progress or call it out. Tackle governance and procurement risk up front. Use revitalization to create jobs and skills, not to enrich a few. It is crucial that we turn infrastructure spending into livelihoods. Open targeted public-private partnerships and measured private access to rail corridors. We must partner pragmatically. Carefully structured concessions, private operator windows on certain corridors, and protected access for small producers can increase output while protecting public interest and jobs. The goal is to move more freight at lower cost, not handing strategic assets to opaque interests. Priorities, agricultural linkages, and industrial corridors. Rail must reconnect mines, grain silos, ports, and factories. Prioritizing freight routes that serve agriculture and agro-processing will boost export earnings and rural employment. If a farmer can reliably get maize or fruit to a container terminal, Chairperson, we welcome efforts to secure international support, from development finance to equipment partnerships. But these must be leveraged to benefit South Africans first. The PA demands that these deals create employment, transfer skills, and include local suppliers. We will not applaud glossy recovery speeches if children's classrooms go unfunded or clinics remain without medicine. Infrastructure for economic growth must walk hand in hand with visible improvements in people's lives. The Patriotic Alliance will support every measure that restores capacity, brings down freight costs, creates decent jobs, and ends the era of excuses. Salute.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, we go back to the virtual platform now, and the next participant in the debate is Limpopo's MEC for Transport and Community Safety, the Honourable Mache. Honourable MEC.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister of Transport, Honourable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The theme of today's debate could not have come at a more crucial time as our nation seeks to rebuild its economy in the aftermath of sluggish growth and global disruptions. Revitalizing our rail and port infrastructure stand out as one of the most powerful levers for inclusive economy, recovery, and sustainable job creation. South Africa's transport infrastructure, particularly our rail and port system, once positioned us as the logistic hub of the continent. However, over the past decade, we have seen significant deterioration in performance and reliability. Our rail network has suffered from vandalism, theft of infrastructure, inadequate maintenance, and operational inefficiencies. Many industrial players, particularly in the mining and agricultural sectors, have increasingly turned to road freight, placing additional strain on our roads and escalating maintenance costs. At our ports, inefficiencies such as long turnaround times, equipment breakdowns, and administrative bottlenecks have weakened South Africa's competitiveness. These delays discourage investment, dental potential trading partners, and drive up the cost of doing business. Honourable members, despite these challenges, government is not standing still. Under the leadership of the Honourable Minister of Transport, the department has embarked on a series of bold interventions to restore efficiency and confidence in the rail and port sectors. Among these are the implementation of the National Rail Policy of 2022, which paves the way for private sector participation and improved freight efficiency. Two, collaborative initiatives between Transnet, the private sector, and law enforcement agencies to enhance operational capacity and infrastructure protection at major ports. Number three, investment in digital systems to improve cargo tracking, scheduling, and customs clearance, a move that is already showing promise in reducing port delays. However, honourable members, these efforts will not yield the desired result if we do not address the urgent issue of security within our rail networks. Acts of theft, sabotage, and vandalism continue to cripple our rail operations and erode public confidence. It is therefore imperative that we tighten security across the entire rail value chain, from the ports and stations to rail lines and maintenance yards. This calls for enhanced coordination between law enforcement agencies, community policing forums, and private security services providers. Equally important, it is the improvement of turnaround times at our ports. Efficient port operations are the heartbeat of our thriving export economy. We must reduce congestion, streamline customs processes, and ensure that vessels are serviced swiftly to attract more business and investment. This requires modernization of port equipment, digitalization of logistics processes, and a performance-driven culture within our port management systems. As provinces, we stand ready to support national efforts through integration, transport planning, stakeholders' collaborations, and ensuring that security and governance frameworks at the local level reinforce national priorities. Together, we can restore South Africa's reputation as a reliable trade partners, an efficient logistic hub, and countries open for business. As service providers, because our people are looking at us for services and employment. Let us move with speed and purpose for revitalizing our rail and port system. It's not just about moving goods, it is about moving our nation forward by creation of more jobs and safety of our rail and port transport. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable members, we stay on the online platform, and it's now the turn of the South African Local Government Association, represented today by Councillor Pukunsi. Councillor?
Good afternoon, House Chair. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, greetings to permanent delegates, MECs on the platform. We bring greetings from organized local government. We also appreciate the opportunity to come and take part in this important debate, Honorable House Chair. Meaningful economic participation is an integral part of the definition of being human. There is no humanity without ordinary South Africans making a meaningful participation in the economy. Consequently, transport in all its facets must be considered as a basic service like other services such as water, health, energy, waste management. In other BRICS countries such as Brazil, access to mobility is considered as a basic social right that must be enjoyed by all. Based on the current distribution of transport functions between the three spheres of government, local government has an indirect but vital role to play in both rail and ports. Both rail and port infrastructure do not function in isolation, but as a network connected to other municipal infrastructure, such as roads, to function optimally. The rail and port infrastructure must be perceived to be part of the larger and a longer value chain intended to give customer service whilst providing much needed economic opportunities to South Africans, especially those who have been excluded from the meaningful economic participation. Honorable House Chair, fully function and competitive rail and port value chain will be a function of cooperation and integration by all three spheres of government. Local government is ready to contribute positively to the revitalization of this infrastructure as a matter of urgency. This includes other network and supporting infrastructure. The district development model, of which is known as the DDM, and it is not applicable in the Western Cape. The other must be made a reality such that the one plans for each of the municipalities where there is a rail and port infrastructure reflects on the integrated development plans of those respective municipalities. Municipalities prepare local economic development plans, which must be integrated with the efforts to revitalize the rail and port infrastructure. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is engaged in a program to revitalize local ports throughout the country. This program must be integrated with other programs on ports by Transnet to maximize growth and benefits whilst limiting cannibalization. Local government intends to work with the Department of Public Works Infrastructure on this program. Within the South African development community, South Africa must be cooperate and compete with the same neighbors to fulfill its own interests and obligations. Indeed, the maritime space is a competitive space with neighbors such as Mozambique improving their ports and value chains to have more goods through their ports instead of South African ports, as has been the case historically. As a result, the revitalization of rail and port infrastructure is not only necessary, but urgent to sustain the competitive edge necessary to improve the South African economy and create employment opportunities. House Chair, an effort is needed to skill as many South Africans as possible for the meaningful participation in both rail and post value chains. The improvement of the infrastructure on its own is not sufficient to maximize employment opportunities. It is not enough to have opportunities. Skilled South Africans are needed to take advantage of these opportunities. SALGA knows the progress that has been made by the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa to restore all existing commuter rail corridors in the country. The purpose should not only be to restore services, but such services must be effective and reliable for commuters. The return of these services is also likely to create difficulties for the minibus taxis industry that benefited from the modal shift from all rail to minibuses when the commuter rail services were halted. For some time, the minibus taxi industry has had the biggest share of public transport patronage because of the halting of services by PRASA. It is therefore essential to manage this transition to an improved rail system that is well integrated with other federal systems, including but not limited to the minibus taxis. SALGA knows the important pronouncement of devolution of urban rail functions to local government. The cities of eThekwini and Cape Town have embarked on feasibility studies to the possible devolution of this function to the two respective cities. It is anticipated that other metros may follow in the future. The experiences of these two cities is therefore vital in managing the successful rollout of devolution process. As a part of the process of devolution, the Department of Transport has promised to engage SALGA in developing a devolution framework. However, this engagement has not occurred, and SALGA is concerned that the feasibility studies are being completed without a clear guidance from the department on how devolution can occur. SALGA acknowledges that the devolution processes can be quite complex, which requires thorough planning on all parties, and we are committed to work with the relevant stakeholders to manage this as best as we can for the benefit of our people and the economy. There is an urgent need for the department to engage with SALGA in the devolution framework. Devolution comes with risk which must be addressed to ensure that the service level of commuter rail are not compromised. And in the interest of users are made in paramount. We believe that rail must be the backbone of urban transport in major cities in South Africa. It is, however, essential to ensure that it becomes an integral component of municipalities' integrated transport plans. Devolution of the function can therefore work well if managed well. The introduction of an economic regulator in the transport sector must not be seen as only an antidote to economic monopoly, but as an opportunity to achieve the very objectives of competitive edge and economic inclusion. The regulator must insist on these objectives in its economic regulatory framework. The Department of Transport must provide clear policy direction on this and play its role of oversight with great care. Noting that the rail and port entities and the regulator are institutions of the same department. The regulator must be seen to make independent decisions on entities of the department whilst receiving administrative support from the department. These decisions of the regulator must be influenced by the intent to optimize economic and inclusive growth in a competitive environment. Finally, Honorable House Chair, economies are inherently local and rely heavily on local infrastructure and amenities to grow and absorb as many South Africans as possible. Transport is the heartbeat of any economy as it provides access to opportunities, catalysts the economy, and creates opportunities within itself. Both rail and ports provide serious opportunities for South African economy. Not only must they be revitalized, but done so without utmost urgency and be as inclusive as possible. Nobody must be left behind. Thank you so much, House Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor. Honourable members and delegates, we now travel to the Northwest Province, MEC for Community Safety and Transport Management, Honourable Morweng, who has 10 minutes, again on the virtual platform. Honourable Morweng. Honourable Morweng, I did check you were. There we go. Thank you. I can hear you.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportune moment to greet you, greet the Honourable Deputy Minister, greet members of your August House. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, I come from a province that is at the end of the second quarter. That week, the Northwest stood as the province with the highest unemployment rate in the Republic. As per the figures released by Statistics South Africa in the quarterly labor force survey, the unemployment rate is at 40.1%. This figure is more and stand at 54.7 when including people who are unemployed and have simply just given up looking for employment. What makes matters worse is the province labor absorption rate as at the end of September 2025 is at 31.6%, which is the lowest in the country. Regretfully, honorable members, at the center of this unemployment is the youth unemployment, even more, which stood at 58.8 in the province at the end of the first quarter in June 2025. There are various reasons which these figures could be attributed to, which amongst others include dependency on mining sector. As is known, the mining sector took heavy toll as a result of the world global economic meltdown, which in part led to a technical recession. However, these statistics are for all to see, but this August House will be far more interested in what we could collectively do as a country to turn things around. To boost the economic recovery and create employment opportunities, we need to revitalize rail and port infrastructure, which both have potential to be the best on the entire African continent. Over a period of time, due to competing needs, there had been a little investment on both rail and ports. We can, as government, through Transnet, look for private partnership to ensure these strategic public entities are fully utilized. Once we have improved fiscal management in these sectors, we will boost exports, lower costs for neighboring countries who are using our ports, and support broader economic growth. This is in one way or the other will require improvement on our road networks to ensure goods arriving from the east in particular are then transported on roads to countries further up north through corridors including Trans-Kalahari, North-South Corridor, the Maputo Corridor, and the Orange Corridor. Chairperson, honorable members, given the state of our ports and our rail network, we need to look elsewhere. We need to look elsewhere for funding. We can look at the BRICS Bank for this investment and be intentional in ensuring this fund is for the stimulation of the economy. Given that our roads also needs investment, we can, meanwhile, look at the rail network. We can assess the feasibility of ensuring most non-perishable goods could be transported via rail to neighboring countries. We need to concentrate more efforts on major export corridors, including iron ore, manganese, coal, and the container, and the automotive routes. It may look like grueling and demanding task now, but as the former president Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done," close quote. Honorable members, I believe we shall overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Morweng. Honourable members, returning to the House now, it's the turn of the Democratic Alliance from the Eastern Cape, and that is the
Good afternoon, honourable members. We should be back online shortly. Apologies for the inconvenience. Our audiovisual technician is attending to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizelle.
Will reduce transportation costs, increase export competitiveness in sectors like manufacturing, mining, and agriculture. Jaaka re itse gore bagaetsho le batho ba rona ba bantsho ba mmala wa rona wa sebilo ba relaya thata mo transportong kgotsa dipalangwa tsa batho botlhe. Jaanong increase export confidence. There must also be an encouragement of local procurement and creation of jobs in value chains, operation and construction in order to provide quick economic stimulation and medium-term structural improvements. This brief describes specific actions including network rehabilitation, rolling stock renewal, intermodal termination, governance reforms, and blended finance. As the African National Congress in the province of KwaZulu-Natal understand the importance of revitalizing rail and port infrastructure to boost South Africa's economy, recovery and employment opportunities, and clearly define the role freight rail to boost, we must understand that the province hosts one of South Africa's key hubs of logistics with Richards Bay and Durban ports. Bagaetsho motsoga pele o rile tsela kgopo ga ela tsenageng. It acts as the entry point of a large portion of South Africa trade, particularly for imports that support domestic business and exports like coal, minerals, and agriculture products,
The province does face some challenges which we have made a priority to address, especially when it comes to deteriorated infrastructure. Some corridors have rail lines that are in poor condition, which leads delays, inefficiency, higher expenses, and a large dependence on road transportation. Operation inefficiency is ports and back of port. Activities in intermodal connection, storage, and road rail interface with increased expenses and slow throughput. Rail and port performance has declined due to theft, vandalism, and underinvestment. We have challenges when it comes to natural catastrophe like floods, exacerbate delays by destroying roads, bridges, and port access. The province has committed to and started executing projects such as improving container capacity, automating back of port operations, and upgrading the ports in Richards Bay and Durban. The KZN Logistic Hubs initiative is a projected capital expenditure that has potential to generate hundreds of thousands of employment and significant opportunities. Montsamaisa bosigo ke mo leboga bosele. Honorable Badenhorst, the president is the champion of the public-private partnership. Wena usila kakasenwa moro. African continental free trade and other regional trade agreements, KZN can become more competitive by improving its ports and trains. To make the most of its mineral wealth, South Africa needs effective export routes such as those connecting the ports of Richards Bay to inland provinces. The president of the country, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, provided a blueprint in 2021 with a plan to establish an independent ports authority to be fulfilled by the creation of a new subsidiary. This was distinguished between the function of transport port terminals, which are now Transnet operating divisions, and the Transnet National Ports Authority, which is the owner of the port infrastructure. More private sector involvement in the terminal operation will be made possible by this form, which will also guarantee that terminal operators receive fair and equal treatment and allow port income to be reinvested in port infrastructure. This action was taken to support the large plan of government as to improve port performance, make investment in the development and modernization of port facilities. The Minister of Transport, Barbara Creecy, recently in the year 2025, launched the PSP in the rail and port freight logistic projects when she made emphasis that South African freight logistics system roadmap will continue to be owned by government as infrastructure like ports and railroads are South Africa assets. This does not mean the department has a plan to continue with opening doors for increased competition in port terminal and rail operation, which will draw in private capital and raise our infrastructure to international standard. There has been success with the finished order of magnitude independent technical assessment in 2024 partnership with private sector for the iron ore corridor from Sishen near Katu in the Northern Cape, in Saldanha in the Western Cape, as well as the export coal rail network from Mpumalanga mines to the port of Richard Bay in KZN in order to increase industrial competitiveness and economic growth. Important action include releasing applications for private operators to access the rail network and releasing requests for information to solicit private sector opinion on particular corridors. Honorable Andreas, I hope you have opened a criminal case for the alleged extortionist because you are well informed. The transportation industry contributes significantly to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. South Africa must make shift to more ecological, friendly and sustainable modes of transportation in light of the push from around the world address climate change. Modernizing and nation's transportation infrastructure has been a top priority for the minister. We need to modernize our ports, railroads, and roadways to increase productivity and security, to take use of the resources and experience of the corporate sector. Public-private partnerships are being promoted, improving safety through applicable procedures and resolving funding issues need us to engage in research and development. The minister is promoting higher budgetary allotments for transportation projects and pursuing foreign loans and grants in order to address the lack of resources. I quote Montesquieu. He once said, "I'll rather be ruled by a lion with good pedigree rather than be ruled by 100 rats." The government may not be able to maintain control over vital supply chains and logistics during times of crisis or war, sanctions or economic dislocation. The state can coordinate infrastructure management with national aims through public control, integration rural areas, helping small companies of encouraging export. Contrary, private business typically prioritize maximizing profits, which can result in disregard for less lucrative ports or routes. Also, higher fees that hurt local producers can be imminent. We need to invest in public-private partnership with strict regularities framework. There must be a maintenance of public ownership while contracting private operators for specific services. Increase focus on institutional reform and efficiency improvement without selling assets outright. Africa Rail Industry Association estimates that 100 billion alone is required to restore our railway track integrity. The state infrastructure in South Africa is falling and deteriorating rapidly, as are the country national roads. Corruption, bad management, lack of maintenance, capital expenditures, lack of policy coordination across ministerial ministries, and a lack of enthusiasm for new capacity planning, let alone implementation, are just few of the numerous of these. Inadequate billing and collection practices contribute to the culture of utility service non-payment. Small harbors are being developed in KZN, the Eastern Cape, and the Northern Cape by South Africa in an effort to improve coastal infrastructure, provide employment, and stimulate economic growth. There is anticipated total cost of 7.1 billion. This entails constructing new harbors at Port Nolloth, Port St. John's, and Port Shepstone, as well as renovating existing ones, especially in the Western Cape, using phased techniques. The program seeks to improve the local economy, support small, medium, micro enterprises, and create self-sustained harbors. The DA has taken a contradictory position on PRASA in that at some point it calls for integration with Transnet, and at the other time it wants Metro Rail to fall under its control. It should be obvious that both positions cannot coexist in economic terms. Moreover, it should be clear to the DA that its call for running Metro Rail in the Western Cape is a political narrative devoid of content, as the city and province will require 22 million passengers to have economics of scales which is higher than the national number of passengers which are transported by Metro Rail. This means that the DA-led city and province will not be able to run it profitably, as it does not have necessary economics of scales. The DA seems to take binary position on privatization in terms of freight rail and ports, as it believes that privatization is the solution to all the problems related to the state-owned entities. It does not objectively view the recovery of the SOEs from the state capture, corruption, and as a positive step. The MK has not understood public-private partnership, as this is not privatization, but sweating of assets through optimization. The private...
Thank you, Honorable Mabibo. As you can see, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yalabocha Morena. Honourable delegates, we'll now be wrapping up the debate, and I therefore call on the Deputy Minister, Honourable Hlengwa, to return to the podium and give us his closing remarks for the next 5 minutes.
Chairperson, thank you very much. My mentor, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, used to say, it is better to travel in hope than to arrive. And I certainly can't share in the heightened levels of pessimism which have characterized some of the contents of this debate, because what is clear is that we're making progress, Chairperson. There is no doubt that our entities and the ecosystem comes from a difficult past, a past of difficult decisions. But the question is, are we where we were yesterday, or we're in a stronger position today? And the indications are that we are making progress. On PRASA, 97% on-time performance, an increase to 77 million passengers. The security index speaks to an improvement. We have opened up 35 of the 40 lines and corridors. What I do know is that nobody would want anything broken devolved to them. And so it does mean that it's wanted because it's working and because we are improving on it. The interface between PRASA and Transnet will obviously improve. As you know, Transnet was in DPE. That department is now defunct. And it's going to be much easier for us to now interface the two entities together in order for us to leverage and strengthen the ecosystem. There's no privatization that's going to be taking place. But what is happening is that already public and private sector participation is happening. It's not something that is being conceptualized. We've put together a PSP unit at DBSA, as I've already said. So we can't be demanding something that's already happening. There's a demand for signaling. We were already in the process of doing that. So already that is also quite a mute demand. What we want is actually for us to get assistance to make sure that the oversight is strengthened to achieve that. We speak, and I think, Chair, it's important to speak to the gains that we are making, progress. We've got a clean audit as the department for the first time in 31 years. That speaks to us stabilizing the department entities and making sure that the governance protocols are in place. You look at the ecosystem of our entities, there's improvement in the audit outcomes as well, including those of PRASA. What is important is that we first need to clear the woods in order to create a conducive and enabling environment for the kind of things that we want to actually take place. Speaking about our performance at the ports, we've recorded 90,000 TEU movements per week, which is higher than the 65,000 of last year. When you look at our handling of the containers, as of July 2025, we were at 101,295, which is the highest we have had since 2014, 2015. Again, there too speaking about the improvements of our handling capabilities. The citrus farmers in the Western Cape don't share in this pessimism. The minister has been leading interactions with them, with the provincial government, to make sure that we are sorting out the challenges and the catastrophes have been avoided, again, at our intervention. Colleagues ad nauseum spoke about the Transport Economic Regulator. Chairperson, I call on the council to move with speed with the technical amendment so that we can resolve it. We are good to go. We know that we had a challenge in that regard, and it will be actually sorted out. We will have to, Chair, have a broader conversation around the challenges of the taxi industry, but I do believe that in our workings together with them, there is a finding of each other in that regard. There was great pains to try and debate the realities of the GNU today. That's not why we're here. But if you want to go GNU, we have before had the Gupta government of operations in this country, and we know the problems that caused for us. So let's rather stick to the substantive matters at hand. And then lastly, Chairperson, I think we must not politicize the dying of people on our roads and make cheap politics out of it. What I can report to the council today is that 2025 has recorded the lowest number of fatal crashes and fatalities in the last 5 years. Fatal crashes have decreased by 7% and fatalities have decreased by 8%. So we're not just issuing statements of condolence. MEC Selego can attest. We are working hard with traffic law enforcement to deal with the situation of fatalities. Colleagues, let's work together. All the issues you've raised, they are in motion. Let's find new ideas. Let's find new opportunities. But what you want, we're already doing. So refine your demands, Siakub, but not in reverse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Hlengwa. Honourable delegates, I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister. I'd like to thank all permanent and special delegates, MECs and the SALGA representatives for availing themselves for today's sitting. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business for today, and the House is therefore adjourned. I thank you all very much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.